We only go, we're going to the bus to take the bus. So, I try to retire because
we'd like to welcome everybody out this evening to our city council meeting. Today is Monday, February 7th, 2022. It is 7 o'clock p.m. We would invite the Reverend Eddie Hancock to be here. So if everybody would please stand for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you for the opportunity to lead the invocation, represent Crosspoint Church of Caldwell, and thank you for your leadership that you provide for our great city. Let's pray together. Our Heavenly Father, your word tells us that before everything began, you prepared good works for us to do. You created us for these purposes and placed us in this place for your glory and for our good. Father, there are great decisions that are going to be made this evening. We pray that they would honor you and that they would be for the good of the people in Caldwell. Father, we know that there are hard decisions that are going to be made this evening. And Father, we pray that you would give us wisdom and give wisdom to the leaders that you have called to lead us in our community so that the decisions that are made would be the best for all concerned. Father, we thank you for the ability to do these things through the power and might of your Son, Jesus Christ, in whose name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Reverend Hancock, for being here with us this evening and to help us start our meeting off that way and with the pledge as well. And you are welcome to stay and enjoy the moments with us, or if you'd like to leave, we understand that completely as well. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Aldridge.
Here.
Jody.
Here.
Dottie.
Here.
Register. McGee.
Here. We have, for the moment, a full council. All 5 of the current council members are here and present. Are there any conflict of interest declarations regarding any of the items on the agenda tonight? Like I said, the record reflects that none were stated. Tonight we do have one special presentation. We have a proclamation that I will read for Teen Dating and Violence Awareness Month. It states, whereas 1 in 3 adolescents in the United States is a victim of physical, emotional, or verbal abuse from a dating partner, a figure that far exceeds victimization rates for other types of violence affecting youth, and whereas females between ages 16 and 24 are more vulnerable to violence by an intimate partner, experiencing abuse at a rate almost triple the national average, and whereas, according to the 2019 Crimes in Idaho Crimes Against Persons report, 1,974 non-consensual sexual offenses were reported, and 82% of those, the survivor knew the perpetrator. And whereas, according to the 2019 Risk Youth Behavior Survey, 23.2% of female students and 6.4% of male students report sexual abuse by someone they were in a dating relationship with, and whereas high school students who experience abuse in a dating relationship are at greater risk of eating disorders, substance abuse, risky sexual behavior, and carrying patterns of abuse into further relationships. And whereas, by providing young people, parents, teachers, counselors, and community members with education about healthy relationships and by changing attitudes that support violence, we recognize that dating abuse can be prevented. And whereas, Advocates Against Family Violence provides hope, healing, and strength for domestic abuse and sexual assault through a range of services, including secure shelters, court advocacy, counseling, child care, and case management. And whereas the City of Caldwell is an important partner in Advocates Against Family Violence's vision to create a community where people thrive in safe and healthy relationships. Now therefore, I, Jerem Wagoner, Mayor of the City of Caldwell, Idaho, do hereby join national and local officials in proclaiming February as Teen Dating and Violence Awareness Month. And I believe, yes, Kim, I see you right there. If you please come forward. So Kim Dugan is the Executive Director of Advocates Against Family Violence. Does an amazing job down there with everything that happens and with the people that she associates with and just bringing hope to so many people in their lives. So thank you for being here with us. Kim, and I imagine you have a few words you'd like to share with us.
Just a few. Good evening. This is fun. New council and new mayor. This is really fun. So thank you for having us. We really appreciate the city proclaiming February Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. You've stood behind us in so many other proclamations, and we're really so very grateful for the support that we receive in this community with that. What we know is that we're living in a world where 1 in 3 students, 1 in 3, report experiencing some form of abuse. And more than 2/3 never report that to a caring adult. A world where young people in more than 35 states still lack unfettered access to legal protection or other assistance to end an abusive relationship, in a world where over 80% of school counselors report being unprepared to address incidents of abuse. This tells us that dating abuse just isn't a big issue. It's an epidemic. Actually, as far as I'm concerned, and the work that we do and the work that I do every day, it's really the pandemic. And as a result of this epidemic, teens are vulnerable to depression, more likely to turn to drugs and alcohol for that relief. And many victims of teen dating violence develop low self-esteem and have trouble adjusting to life as an adult. But AAFB, through our outreach program, we are able to provide space for these young people to heal through healthy relationship workshops, prevention education, and youth advocacy. This past year, we were able to address the needs of 5,171 individual teens in schools through the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council. We have 2 staff that serve on the council. One just got to go to Bogus with them, and so it was a great day for her. And then also with the Southwest Juvenile Detention Center. So in all the work that we do, we have our 14 programs and classes, but this one is the most dear to my heart because this is the one that I actually got to start when I began my career over there at AAFB. And when I look at the numbers and the students that we've been able to impact and the youth in our community, it does my heart really good because I know that the next generation coming through already has what they need to have a healthy relationship. So thank you so much tonight for this proclamation and standing with us again.
Yeah, thank you, it is our pleasure, it truly is. Is there any,
And
yes.
tomorrow is Wear Orange Day, so everybody wear your orange, get an orange sticker on or something, and wear your orange because that's the color for Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, and we're making a statement in the community, so wear your orange. And then can I give these to the council members as well?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you, Kim. Yes, I have it right here. So, that's here. So, real quick too, are there any questions or comments from council before we let Kim go? Okay, very good. So just again, thank you for everything you do. I know the hours that you put in and the dedication that you have, it's unsurmountable, so thank you for everything you do for
And
our
yes,
community.
and council members, please do come visit our campus. We've got an amazing campus and we have an amazing program over there. So just come to give us a visit. You too can come to too.
Thank you so much, appreciate that. Is there any audience participation this evening? Please come forward and state your name.
My name is Mike Dittenberg. I'm going to give my business address because I think I'm speaking on business tonight. 22730 Farmway Road in Caldwell, Idaho. And I'm going to set my alarm for 5 minutes because I know you raised the time to speak for 5 minutes. So I plan on taking every minute out of 5 minutes. So first of all, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak in public. And I wanted to kind of share some things that I've been thinking about with regards to housing. So as I open a couple of windows, I might leave them open, but hopefully, as I wind down my time, I'll be able to close those windows and be able to tie everything together. So, you know, we're in a terrible housing crunch. Probably anybody's children or grandchildren can't afford to live in the city. And you're going to face that reality one of these days. And a clean slate, tabula rasa, if they were to take my property away from me and leave me with just the money that I have in the bank, I wouldn't be able to afford the house I'm in today. And I would bet that stands for 90% of the people here in this room. So, how do we deal with housing? Simple issue, law of supply and demand. Simple economic principle, more housing in the market, less demand, more supply, lower the price. So, you ask, why do I care about housing as a whole? And we ask the same question about farmers. Why do small farms care about big farms? Why do big farms care about small farms? Because we're all farms. Well, we're all in the housing crunch together. And we all see it. So, one of the great, well, I'm going to talk about three of the great tenets, T-E-N-E-T-S, tenets, in case I say tenets, I'm sorry, tenets of this conservative state we live in is, the first one is the rule of law. We make law, we live inside the law. We make law at the federal level, we make law at the state level, we make law at the municipal level. And for the most part, law is like a box. And when you need more freedoms, you recreate the rule of law to expand and create more freedoms. If there's too many freedoms, you constrain your box and you make more laws and constrain that freedom. So we work inside the rule of law. The second great tenet of this conservative state is free market. We let the free market dictate what people in this state do. We don't pass laws to abridge people's rights to do things. We don't constrain the law to make it so people can't pursue happiness, pursue business, or free market. And so the third great tenet of the state of Idaho is property rights. That is, people who have property have rights. And if you look historically through the Idaho state legislature over the years, they've always acted to protect property rights. So you put all three of these things together, property rights, not interfering with people's rights for free market, and the rule of law, and we need to let people who want to develop in this city, because first, the law allows them to do it. Second, they have the economic means and the resources by which to develop. And third, anyway, property rights. You own a piece of property, you have the right to do what you want with it. I've talked with many farmers, and probably people have here, and they said, listen, this farm has been in my family for 3 or 4 generations. And I had the chance to sell for $3.5 million. That's more money than my parents, my grandparents, or any of my family has seen collectively in their whole lifetime. My kids aren't willing to farm anymore. There's nobody willing to farm anymore. So what we need to do is we need to let people who have property, who have the means, work that's inside the law to develop those properties. Because in truth, I live in a house that was built in 1976, and probably somebody sat, dies just like you did, in 1950, or 1955, and platted the subdivision I lived in. So it wasn't even my city fathers, probably wasn't even my city great-grandfathers, that's probably my city's great-great-grandfathers that sat there and made a decision like you did, that provided the house that I live in today. So, now let me close this window altogether. I've been hearing a lot of rumblings out there that this new council was elected to oppose everything. We oppose everything, and I don't think that's the case. I think you guys are a reasonable group of people. Reasonable when you listen to people who have property, people who have invested a considerable amount of time into developing their property, designing their property. And you combine that with property rights, you combine it with that already on time. Told you I was gonna take off 5 minutes.
There you go. You can wrap up if you like.
Listen to what everybody said. People who bring property proposals and development are good people.
Thank you, Mr. Denver. I believe I saw another, yes, Jeff, can you please come forward?
My name is Francis Boutros. I live at 1116 Miller Drive in Caldwell. I'm speaking today on the general topics of traffic cost mitigation and residential zoning. I want to address traffic cost mitigation first. As you know, the city engineer does a thorough job of assessing traffic impacts due to proposed developments. However, when a traffic impact assessment is performed, it's generally constrained to the local area of the development. But traffic impacts can be more wide-ranging, especially when the effects of incremental development are felt along relevant arterials and more distant intersections. I'm aware that an overall traffic impact study is planned for the entire city of Caldwell. I'm concerned that if more subdivisions are approved before this study is completed, we may find that there are limited mitigations that can be accomplished within the cost-sharing structure between the city and developers, pushing more expensive needed improvement costs onto taxpayers. And once a development is approved, the developer has no further traffic mitigation liability, even if the traffic study shows cascading traffic effects within the city. I'm asking that approval of new developments be paused until the traffic study is completed and appropriate cost-sharing determinations are made. Cost sharing should extend beyond the local area of the development to include traffic mitigation wherever the traffic study shows cascading effects of the development. The time frame for such a pause will be based on when the city engineer is able to complete the overall city traffic study and when the effects are understood and cost estimated, and the city council is able to determine what an appropriate cost-sharing structure should be. Residential zoning. Residents have been attending planning and zoning hearings and city council meetings and complaining about issues generally related to quality of life, such as traffic, police, emergency services, schools, and irrigation. I believe there is a benefit to the city to grow while keeping residents engaged in how we make quality of life related decisions. Residents should be invested in our city, and there is a zoning change that can materially help with that. Currently, the city does not require that R1 low-density residential and RE residential estates be homeowner occupied, but it is legal for homeowners associations to include requirements for homeowner occupancy in their association. I think we should change the zoning for these two categories to require homeowner occupancy in new developments. This will not only ensure that residents are invested both literally and emotionally in Caldwell, but will also help folks build equity compared to being forced to rent due to unavailability of homes, a sad trend that is becoming more common nationwide. I ask that the City Council seek legal advice on the feasibility of making this zoning change and report out at a future City Council meeting. I ask that no further approvals of R1 or RE developments be made until the city is able to resolve this opportunity so that appropriate zoning changes can be made applicable going forward. Do you have any questions or comments?
Good, I do not. So, but thank you very much for coming tonight. Appreciate the commentary. And I just had maybe a quick question for Mr. McDonald. So I was not aware of a citywide traffic study.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Botros and I met a week and a half ago, and I explained kind of what the city's going through. It's not a citywide traffic impact study, it's a citywide transportation plan. And out of that plan, we will be assessing the need. We'll be converting our process from traffic mitigation to a traffic impact fee that will be assessed based on the findings of this master transportation plan that Kittleson and Associates is putting together. And that is a process, that's a lengthy process. It probably will not be done, maybe around the end of 2022 is when we expect that to be completed.
Very good, thank you very much. And I believe in the meantime, you still have the traffic, correct me on this, the traffic mitigation fees. It's similar, not the same, but there are the traffic mitigation fees that developers are required to pay depending on the number of vehicles or vehicle trips that they create, is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. They are not traffic mitigation fees. It is just traffic mitigation that the developers are obligated to perform. But those can be paid in lieu of improvements depending on the circumstance.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much for the
I have a
information.
question.
Yes.
The kind of traffic study that he's talking about, how long would that take?
It depends on what kind of traffic study you're talking about. The transportation master plan will be, it is a type of a traffic study that looks at all of the major intersections to assess what the traffic needs are and what future needs are going to be. It will assess what types of intersection improvements need to be made at certain intersections and the cost of those improvements. And then once all of that is compiled, then the traffic impact fee will be recommended for a certain amount per dwelling unit that's developed, so that those impact fees can be used to make those improvements. I believe that doing a traffic impact study for citywide is not typical, and so this transportation master plan would serve the same purpose.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Any other questions? Okay, thank you again, appreciate it. Anyone else, audience participation? That's not an item that's not on the agenda tonight. Very good. Okay, then we will move on to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? So, in reading the consent calendar, I guess, is there a item of which you're wanting to remove from the consent calendar? Is that correct? Is that the correct assumption? That's correct. Okay. Which
Mayor,
Yes.
items 12, 14, 21, 25, and 41. I'd like to have that moved to new business for discussion. That's 12, 14, 21, 25, and 41.
So 12, 14, 21, 25, and 41. Okay.
And I was also looking at 27, to see if we could move that for discussion.
27. Okay, so that would be a motion, is that correct, Mr. Sadek?
Yes, so moved.
Is there a second for that motion? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion regarding moving consent items 12, 14, 21, 25, 27, and 41 from the consent calendar and adding them onto the new business calendar?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Olbert.
my only question would be, is an appropriate personnel here to discuss those items or will they need to be here?
Mine was.
On the others, I'm not certain. So it looks like number 12 is resolution authorizing the execution of the MOU, TVCC. So I don't know, obviously TVCC is not here. I don't know if Mr. McDonald could speak to that, or if we would need to table that to a different date to allow them to be here. Number 14, and so just kind of maybe elaborate on that. So a lot of times if it's a consent item, that individual is not here, because typically those are not given testimony, so we would want to make sure if they do need to be here to present themselves, that we move that to a different day and time, so they have that opportunity to come and to be able to testify if need be. Item number 14 is approved resolution amending the management agreement between the City of Caldwell and Destination Caldwell to include waivers for special events and right-of-way permits relative to Indian Creek Plaza, and they're not here, so that one will probably, well, Mr. or Rob can speak to that. Okay. Oh, and Sabrina is here. Okay, so that one. Okay, very good. 21, resolution authorizing the purchase of a 18 AJ Road building system to cover the existing shoot house located at the Caldwell Police Department, range in the amount of $46,609. So I don't think Mr. Wyant is here, but I don't know if Rob would want to cover that one too, or Debbie, or that one we may want to continue then. If this motion is approved, then 21 would probably need to be continued rather than moved to the agenda, or to the regular agenda. 25, approve resolution authorizing the purchase of personal protective equipment for structural firefighting I did see, I thought I saw Mr. Donahue here, okay, so he is here, so that one. And then 27 is, the nepotism policy, so I know that, Councilor Register said that she can be able to speak to that. And then 41, approve resolution authorizing the execution of a supplemental agreement for the design and continuation of the Plymouth Street Bridge. Mr. McDonald, do you feel comfortable on that tonight? Okay, so,
Mr. Mayor.
yes.
On 27, I have some questions and I'm not sure need to be answered right, the HR manager or you can answer me.
So we can give it a go, and then if we need to, then we can continue that on to, so, are you amenable to an amendment to your motion to not include 21, which would need to be continued into
Yes, sir.
the city council?
Good.
So, just to clarify again, it would be moving items 12, 14, 25, 27, and 41 from the consent calendar onto the regular agenda. We have a motion by Councilor Stoddard, second by Councilor Doty. All those in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion passes unanimously. So we remove those items from the consent calendar, and they will be located, and we'll do those, so we'll do basically 6A for item 12, 6B for 14, 6C for 25, 6D for 27, and then 6D for 41. Okay. With that, the remaining items on the consent calendar have been approved. We'll move on to old business, which there is none. That makes that easy.
Oh, we'll have to approve that resolution. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I move that we approve the amended consent calendar as presented.
Okay, is there a second? Second. So we have a motion by Councilor Stoddard and a second by Councilor, Allgood. All those to approve the consent calendar as amended. All those in favor? Oh, roll call.
Stoddard,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Allgood,
Yes.
Jody,
Yes.
Red.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. We'll get there sooner or later. I'll remember when we can do roll call or not, so that's fine. He's here and she's here, so in front of me and behind me to keep me going in the right direction. Okay, well, that does move us to old business, there is none, so it does move us to new business now. Action item number 1 is mayor's presentation of appointment for city council seat number 4. So, as I think we're all aware, so we did have a name that was not approved, so we have, submitted the, and just maybe for those that are new, so we did had a committee put together that interviewed, there's 21 people that submitted to fill in for seat number 4. Out of those 21, 9 were chosen by the committee to be interviewed, and then they were interviewed and ranked, and I asked them to forward the 2 top names to me to choose between, to bring forward. We brought the top name forward last month, to no avail, and so we have brought forward the second name, forward tonight, so Matthew Lynn, who is here, this evening in that regard. So I believe if you had any questions, I believe some of you had the chance to speak with Matthew over the last couple of weeks, but if you did have any additional questions, he's here, and I'm sure he would not mind if anybody had questions for him. So if you'd like to do that, you're more than welcome. Otherwise, we could stand for a motion, if there was one, to approve the name of Matthew Lynn to take city council seat number 4.
Mayor, not for a motion, just for a comment, if I
Yes.
could. I think we're in an interesting situation, I think, that's been caused by just a set of circumstances that have taken place. We have a brand new mayor, we have 3 new councilmen, although one is obviously in Councilman Stoddard has served in this body before. And so in this circumstance, it's created kind of a unique situation that wouldn't typically happen. Usually, and I can't necessarily speak to city council, filling a city council seat, but certainly in the legislature, it was just a longer period of time naturally that took place. Mr. Mayor, you know, because you served in the legislature, that you'd receive these names and you'd have several weeks. And so the situation that we have here, I think, is a little bit unique, and it's not a criticism of anyone. or the way the process has been set up at all. Mr. Mayor, I think you set up a committee that has, that established, some names to put forward, and so I commend the effort. I think what has happened, however, and we saw that the last city council meeting, is it's an awkward situation, in my opinion. Combine that with the fact that, Councilman Allgood, who would have served on that committee, that you nominated, Councilman Allgood, happened to get sick, you know, the weekend that took place, and as our city council chairman, we often look to Councilman Allgood for some directions and some advice and consent. So I just think it's created an awkward situation. I had a chance to talk to Mr. Lind, and I don't know him well, but I'm impressed with him, and I think we have a difficult situation here in the timing, when we have, this selection of the seat, it's arguably the most important thing we'll do, certainly probably in 2022, if not beyond that. And so, Mr. Mayor, my comments are just to say, it's a situation that's been created. I think it's an unfortunate situation, but it is what it is, and I think we have this compressed period of time that I think is causing some issues. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments, or, okay, any motions from the council? I don't think that was planned. Very good. Well, there appears to be no motion on the item, which would leave it at this point moot in regards to that appointment. And I appreciate the work, Councilor McGee, in regards to that. It is a unique situation. You know, I can't remember another time when there was something similar with 3 new council people, and really 4, so when you get that seat filled, where obviously I moved from there over to here, so really 4 new faces on the council, so it is a unique situation for sure. So, and I want to express my appreciation to those that have, to the committee, and I've talked with the councilors, and there's no offense to the committee and the time that they put forward in reviewing those names and researching them, but want to express, I think this would be from all of us, the appreciation to the time that they put in on interviewing those candidates and presenting them. The candidates themselves, from Mr. Wendelsdorf, also to Mr. Lind, who's here this evening, for putting themselves out there. It takes a lot of courage to run a campaign, but it takes a lot of courage to do what you've done as well, in that regard. And so we commend you for that and appreciate your willingness to, again, put yourself out there, because that's what you're doing. And so it can be a tough road to hoe, in that regard. But I know that, I think I speak for all of us of how much we appreciate your willingness to do that, in that regard. And so without a motion, that would leave action item number 1, unfortunately in the past on that. So, but again, thank you, Mr. Lynn, for being here this evening. Thank you for putting yourself out there and being willing to have a desire to represent your great city. So we're grateful that you're a part of it, so thank you very much. That would move us on to action item number 2. So this is a public hearing quasi-judicial. So before we do get into that, I will read our opening statement. So a quasi-judicial hearing involves the consideration of a land use request, such as an annexation, rezone classification, or approval of a subdivision preliminary plat. Public hearing procedures, as required by the Idaho Code, are as follows. Oral and written testimony will be accepted from those who have signed in to speak prior to the hearing being declared open. When providing testimony, please come to the podium and state your name and address, which will be included in the record. Staff will first present a report regarding the applications being considered. Public testimony. The applicant or the applicant's representative will present a summary of the request. Testimony of those in support will be taken, followed by those in a neutral position, and finally those in opposition to the request. The applicant will then be offered the opportunity to provide rebuttal testimony if necessary. And a note that all public testimony will be limited to 5 minutes or less. And that includes for the applicant, those in opposition, and any rebuttal at the end. After the rebuttal testimony is given, the public testimony portion of the public hearing will be closed, and no new oral or written testimony will be allowed. So with that, we'll move into our first quasi judicial item for the evening. Again, that is item number 2 under new business, case number SUB 21-010, Virginia Park Fourplexes. This is a request by Open Door Rentals LLC for preliminary plat approval for Virginia Park Fourplexes, a proposed 13-lot multifamily fourplex development, 52 residential units in a C2 community commercial zone consisting of approximately 6 acres. Property is located on the northwest corner of Highway 2026 and Ward Road. The hearing examiner approved the special use permit, SUP 21-10, and forwarded the preliminary plat with a recommendation of approval on November 30th, 2021. With that, Ms. Root, the time is now yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Debbie Root, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. As indicated, we are here to consider a preliminary plat for Virginia Park Fourplex subdivision, a 13 residential lot development. There's 13 residential lots, 13 common lots, dedicated right-of-ways. There's about 12% open space in this development. The property is currently zoned C2 community commercial. It was annexed in August of 2000 and has been zoned community commercial since that time in 2000. Located adjacent to Virginia Park subdivision that was developed and has been being developed since 2000. I think they're on phase 11 of that development. As indicated, the special use permit was approved contingent upon this preliminary plat being approved for 52 residential units in that development. The developer has worked really closely with the adjacent property owners and put forth quite a lot of effort to discuss their concerns with regards to the development. They provided for floor plans that do not overlook the yards of the single-family residential that's adjacent. The adjacent single-family residential has quite a large setback. The homes are up near to the roadway, and then there's a good 60 feet about of open yard space or open, undeveloped property to the rear of those lots. The developer also reduced the number of lots that had been originally proposed for this development, and that was to both meet the dimensional standards for the 4 units per lot, which in this development had to comply with the R3 dimensional standard, and therefore these lots at 10,000 square feet for 4 units. They have complied with that. Complied with the right-of-way dedication for the road improvements at Highway 2026 and Ward Lane, as ITD starts to work through their project plans on that. There are significant neighbor concerns though for this area, and as indicated by the gentleman that spoke earlier, traffic is of a huge concern to people all over the city, and traffic at this particular intersection of Ward and Highway 2026 and then KCID and 2026. There were numerous letters in the staff report that has been provided to you. I just wanted to bring that out that this development did have a supplemental study done as far for their access point into the development to ensure that we wouldn't be causing more harm for the location of that access point in there. And so it is located where the traffic study indicated would be, okay. There is a storage unit facility adjacent to this property to the west. The property on the south side of Highway 2026 is vacant property. The highway actually shifts to the south at this location, and so that property is going to be, significantly encumbered by the, highway widening project as we move forward and as ITD, begins that construction and things. What you are here to consider tonight is actually the preliminary plat. The preliminary plat complies with the requirements of the ordinances and codes, and staff is recommending approval of this application, and I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. I do have a couple before we turn over to the city council. Do we have by chance, one of my questions is where they're taking their access from, do we have so this is there it is right there, okay. So I was wondering if they had an access out onto Ward Lane there, and then that continuation of the one from the subdivision to the north, is that correct? Okay. And then also, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong or not, that ITD will begin construction, this late spring, early summer of Highway 2026, expanding it to, is it 6 lanes? All the way out to Middleton Road from the freeway, and that will include a stoplight at Ward Lane, is that correct? I see a nod head, all right.
Wanted to make sure he was gonna say yes.
I didn't hear any rocks shaking
One or the other,
over there,
one or the
so-
other of the two intersections there.
That'll be completed.
Mr. McDonald?
Mr. Mayor, what was the question?
Completion date on that?
Completion date? So I don't pretend to profess when ITD is gonna finish and complete projects, but my understanding is that they are supposed to start, this late spring or summer. And my recollection is that it was about an 18-month project.
Perfect, thank you very much. Okay, that was all the questions I had. Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Sutton.
Rob, when, do we have a guess when this project would be completed as it relates to the guess that you had on ITD to have their project completed? Do we know that or not?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Sadek, with regards to this development, I would probably defer that question to the applicant, and they could probably explain the timeframe.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? Yes, Councilor Alderman.
As you know, we've always been real particular about putting housing along our main highways. Has that been part of your many discussions that you've had with the developer, that it's desired that we keep commercial open for commercial along those areas?
So that has been, staff's discussion with many developers through this process. We did look really strongly at this property, in that, respect. And, it is a very small 6-acre piece of property. There could be room for, say, a flex building opportunity, but, this is also, was perceived to be a good project, especially as the applicant worked with the property owners for this particular piece of property and the location of it. When we start, backing up, and not that it wasn't planned that way in the first place, but backing up commercial uses, unidentified commercial uses against residential, you also can create some significant, neighbor concerns or compatibility issues. And, as we increasingly populate our industrial park, the need for other types of housing units and multifamily, development or more dense development in certain locations is appropriate. The property size constrains this property for business use, and, the location also can create some compatibility issues with the adjacent existing property owners. And so therefore, we felt, landed in support of this project.
And what is your understanding, of what the buffer will be between these apartments and Highway 26?
So there's a 30-foot landscape buffer that's required outside of the, adjacent right-of-way. And so there will be, a 30-foot landscape buffer, and then there's additional square footage in there. Jane may be able to speak specifically to the footage of that. Haven't looked at it recently, in that detail. So, we do feel that they will be buffered appropriately.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Doty. I just have a question about the schools. Sometimes we get a report on if the schools have been, providing input in regards to the subdivision. Do they have any input as to what this could cause for the schools?
For this particular development, we had not received any input from, Valley View School District. You are correct that, Valley View School District has began to provide, input as to where any children that would be here would go to, what schools they would, attend, and what that population and capacity of those schools are. They did not respond to this. We do have a new, middle school on Smead Parkway in this area. There are elementary schools and, private schools, charter schools across the highway, which was part of the, public concern, is that people crossing the highway, it's actually, a legitimate concern. Safety is a legitimate concern right now on Highway 2026 and these intersections. And so as ITD improves these intersections, hopefully we'll see less accidents, we'll see a, better means of getting our children to the schools and from the schools, and hopefully, get traffic moving a little bit more efficiently on Highway 2026.
Thank you very much. So, yeah.
They're not to capacity yet, so.
No, they're not, so, yeah, correct. Any other questions from the councilors?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor.
Just for everybody's information, I know that most of the developments are taking place in the Valley View School District, from the numbers I've seen. And right now, Valley View, the last numbers I saw from them, they're about $133 million down in bond debt, which tells you they're way behind on growth, compared to, I think Caldwell and Napa combined was only 41 million. So, you know, those things we have to keep in consideration too, because the more subdivisions we put in Valley View District, the more behind they're gonna get, and of course, that leads to higher taxes for property taxes. So anyway, but they did not, so you folks did, contact them, and they didn't have any reply to your contact at all relative to the growth problem?
Not at the time. The school districts are notified of every application that the planning and zoning office receives for development. There have been discussions, the city engineer has also been in discussions with Superintendent Boyd regarding this, and we've encouraged the school districts to provide information and feedback to us, which we don't have readily available. So, that her office has been trying to submit back to us that information. It's a little limited, but it at least is, providing some feedback back to this council about where those schools are with capacity and things. The unfortunate part of this is that capacity or overcapacity drives then new schools and the need for them. They don't go out and build new schools just so they can maybe fill them up eventually.
Yeah. Just as long as we make the.
Catch-22.
Yeah, just as long as we make the attempt and they don't reply, that's another story. We can sure discuss that with them when the time comes and ask for bonds and stuff, so, thank you.
Yes, any other questions from any councilors? Okay, thank you very much, appreciate that. Okay, do we have the sign-up list? Madam Clerk? That's all right. So, as she is grabbing that, the applicant come forward, please state your name for the record and your address, and as was noted in what we read at the beginning, so you will be given 5 minutes, so we don't have our clock being set up yet up here, so you'll hear a ding at 4, that'll let you know we got 1 minute to go, and I'll try to keep the ding to a minimum as it comes up on our phone, on our timer. So, with that, if you'd like to state your name and address, the time is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone, especially the new council members. I've had an opportunity to speak to you before. My name is Jane Suggs, Jim State Planning, 9839 Cable Car Street in Boise. I think Deb did a really good overview, and she's very knowledgeable about this project, of course, with all the growth going on in this lovely city. This is a request for approval for a preliminary plat, and as she explained, the special use permit was approved by the Caldwell Hearings Examiner in November. The hearing examiner also recommended approval of this preliminary plat. Let me just go ahead and tell you, we agree with all the conditions of approval. There were conditions set for the special use permit and also conditions for the preliminary plat, and we agree with those. And those are things you just can sit back now, saying we agree with everything. We're not going to argue with the staff or the staff report, but I do want to show you some more details about the project. Here is a picture of our plat. It's, as we mentioned, 7 acres, and it's almost surrounded by single family, so this is a fourplex project that actually provides a mix of housing in that area. Right now, it's almost all single family around us, except for some storage units, but now we have some fourplex opportunities, some rental opportunities. We are requesting 13 fourplex lots. They all front on a public street that's called Leesburg Street, or Leesburg Lane, because it's private, and it runs from Cabot on the west side to Ward Road. We originally, as Deb said, had 16 units in the same piece of property, but we made the change after working with the staff on lot sizes and working with the neighbors. We realized we needed to reduce the number of units. So we did a couple of things. We did change the design of those fourplexes, those 6 fourplexes on the north side, so that the balconies and patios all face south. So you won't have people with balconies facing north, looking over the yards of the folks. On the north street, they're called Quincy, that's Quincy Street, so we'll call them our Quincy neighbors. We also prepared some special look for the windows. We have to have windows in each of the units, but we decided on the north side windows, those windows, instead of being 3 foot, the window sills 3 foot from the floor, they'd be 5.5 feet. So you'd actually have to step on something to see out the windows on the north side. Show you a few of what these look like. We did present to the hearings examiner some line drawings, but we decided we needed to give you something that's a little more attractive. These are some renderings of this. This is one of the fourplex units looking from the front, so this would be from Leesburg Lane. Now this is a picture coming from kind of a south corner of the property, and you can see the smaller windows facing to the left in this picture, but they would be facing north, and you also see some significant landscaping. This is a picture of the front. It came out a little dark, but you can see that we have some facade material that makes them more attractive. These are just 2-story, just like 2-story houses that are located throughout Virginia Park. And then you see the landscaping, and we went back and changed our landscaping plan from the original so that we could put in evergreen trees. We thought it was appropriate to do that. We don't do that when we have patios and decks because they create a little bit of a problem, but since we don't have those, we can put evergreen trees along that buffer between the Quincy neighbors' fence and our property. Here's another view, kind of a different look, different roof line, but still with the same patios and decks that are facing south. And that's another view, kind of from the back, and a front view, and then the back view. Now remember, there is a fence, so you'll never see this.
So you have 1 minute.
Oh, good grief. Okay, ask me a lot of questions, because I have a lot to go through. We have a 10-foot buffer Beyond the 30-foot buffer that is being provided along the highway, we have an additional 10-foot buffer, and then the lots themselves, there are setbacks on the lots. So, we do have some amenities. Let me show you. Okay, we're gonna go back to this one. See the green space at the top? It's a little larger. That's an open area, and it will be landscaped and have a playground area and, a shade structure. We also have a shade structure down on the Cabot Street. So if you look on those cul-de-sac on Cabot, you'll see a little square, that's another shade structure where people can gather. So it's a really nice opportunity. Traffic, I think we've talked a little bit about that. IGD is gonna be handling that. Ask me a question after everybody else talks, and I'll talk to you about the timing of how we get there, because I'm not gonna have time to do that in the next 15 seconds. We do respectfully request your approval of our preliminary plat. I have been talking to the school district, I can talk about that.
You're good, go ahead and wrap up.
That is not that bad. We believe this really provides some much needed housing in Caldwell. It's a rental property, it will be managed professionally, so it won't be just individual owners fighting about who waters and who doesn't. It will be a professionally managed community. So that way you get the good-looking landscaping and good-looking housing at the same time. We showed you pictures of that. We have been talking to the school district about schools. They will be going to the Skyway Elementary, which is on the south side. Now, tomorrow, the school district will be the board, Valley View, will be meeting to talk about which schools will be supported by the upcoming bond. And all I can say is vote for the bond, because the Valley View schools really need it. And so this, even if a school is not chosen directly adjacent to this property, the changing of the boundaries will impact and provide better opportunities for kids going to school. I can tell you about the traffic analysis or timing.
So maybe we'll just go on to questions. I have a feeling we'll have some
Okay.
in that regard, so thank you very much. So questions from council for Ms. Suggs?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor
Do
Scott.
you have an idea of what kind of price range you're looking at on these units? I don't want to commit you to anything, but do you have a price range of any kind?
I do not, because they're rental properties. Do you want to buy one of these complexes?
Well, in the spirit of, what Mr. Wittenberg talked about earlier, affordable housing, that's why I'm asking.
I don't know the price. I'm sorry to say that,
Okay.
I don't know that, and timing has a lot to do with that. So
Mhm.
ask me about the timing.
Okay, well, the other comment I just want to make is, I'm in the Bellevue School District, and I'm about school bond poor, let me tell you, so, I don't know, we'll just have to see what happens here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Bingy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could you go into a little bit more detail about those conversations with school districts? Obviously, I think, Councilman Staggs brings up a good point. I think Councilman Doty brought it up as well. You know, we're kind of in this classic situation of, with the school districts and population of the schools. Tell us a little bit more about how those conversations went.
Well, it started several weeks, if not 3 months ago, when we actually were asked to sit in on a phone call with the superintendent, Boyd, and Joey Palmer, who was her right-hand guy, and we just talked about their needs for land, because I do work with a developer who has sometimes much larger projects, and so they talked about their need for donations or they could purchase at a discount land. We did talk to Joey about another project I was doing that was in the south. It was actually in Nampa, but it was part of the Valley View School District, and they were talking about how overcrowded Lakeview School was, which is down off of Midway and top of Carter. And I was developing right next to that in Nampa, and so, but we're 1,000 feet away from a school, and she said, well, when we build another school in that area, it will change the attendance boundaries. Your kids will go to that school, but other kids that have been going won't. So attendance boundaries are the big deal. So no matter where you build a school, the attendance boundaries will change, so it provides a better opportunity. These kids, gosh, it'd be great if they could go up next to the middle school, that's off the Sneed, because that's just walking distance, and the school owns a lot of land up there. They own enough room to put an elementary school. I don't know if that's gonna be the one selected, but we've been having these conversations a little bit about this. So they know me, I write to Joey, he responds right away. He's the one that told me about the bond decision tomorrow at the school board meeting, so I mean, they have been communicating, it's my understanding, with a lot of developers, trying to understand what is going on. I mean, this one they did not respond to, I think it's because we made our application back in August, or maybe sooner, and they were not really making their, responses on a regular basis back then, so.
Very good. Did you have a question, Counselor
I
Alden?
did, yes. Ms. Suggs, would you just kind of comment for us on the parking setup and number of stalls for this?
Good question. I believe we have about 2.5 parking spaces per unit. So your requirement for the preliminary plat is about 2 spaces per unit, so for every fourplex, there'd be 8 spaces, and I think we have something like 10 spaces per fourplex. So I think that we're like at 2.5 spaces, and I'm sorry, I didn't count the number, I should have had that, and I could do that right now, because I brought a little handy plat.
Is any of this covered parking, or is it all open parking?
It's all open parking. So, and it's right in front of the units. We think with this amount of parking, we don't ever really expect to have any kind of problem with parking. I mean, there's plenty for guests. Again, all the units that are on the north side are 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And the reason there's just 2 bedrooms is because we couldn't get egress windows with more units. If you had 3 bedrooms, some of the units would be interior of the building, and then you would have to have windows that looked on the north side. So we really changed that around. Some of the units on the south side, I think, 3 or 4 of them are 3-bedroom, 2-bath units. But we still think that we're looking at, in this location, that Virginia Park is very popular. Some of the houses on Quincy are just being completed in the past year or 2. So, very popular area. Somebody asked me about timing.
Thank you. Yeah, Counselor Register.
I'm actually reading through some of the opposition here, and almost all of them note about the issue with the traffic and not having a signal there. And some of it states that they're under the impression that that signal is not scheduled. Is that correct? That this is just a hopefully they're gonna put a signal in?
It is scheduled and it will be signalized. And IGD, I just got an email from IGD today. They will be starting this summer, getting started. I agree, it's a 18-month or so project. So let me tell you about what happens here. You approve a preliminary plat. If we can get that approved today, we still have to do construction drawings. That takes a month or 2. We submit those to the city. The city engineer looks at them. Sometimes that can take 6 to 8 months. We're now at the end of the year before we even do anything. There's no dirt being moved. It would be nice if we could get some sort of utility work in, probably maybe in the wintertime if we're lucky. We probably won't pave because the asphalt plant is closed, and so we won't pave until the spring. That means we can finish up the project, building it, putting in the amenities, trying to get the landscaping in, trying to get parking in, or if we don't put it in, we bond for it, so you know that process a little bit. Then we try to final plat. So we go through the process of drawing up the final plat and getting that through the signatures. That takes a couple of months. We're in the summer of next year, okay? We haven't built a building yet, so there's no occupancy. Now we're talking with 13 units. It could take several months to build those. And we're talking about a traffic improvement the IGD is going to do, plus the crossings they have to do during the winter time. They have some irrigation crossings to do. We're going to end up being on about the same schedule, which is fabulous. If we can get started now, we can actually kind of go with them, you know, because it's 18 months to 2 years before we have anybody living out there. I want to say 18 months, that's aggressive though. All it takes is a little bit of a slowdown in review approval. Our engineer can't seem to get the construction drawings completed, which happens sometimes. There are comments and they just don't get to it because they've got 20 other projects they're working on. So that's why they asked me about timing. There will be a signal as part of the project.
Did you already say when that signal was gonna be started or completed?
It's gonna be completed, it's gonna be started sometime this summer, and we think it's gonna be completed in 18 months to maybe 2 years, but I don't know their schedule. It's really hard to say. IGD's been hard to track down. We were kind of talking about it, and I think Rob mentioned that he thought it was gonna we thought this project was gonna start last year. You know, there's money coming in for transportation projects, so we're just really excited about getting these. And this is from Smead to Middleton improvements.
The other concern that they talked about too was losing water.
Water.
There were a couple of people that talked about not being able to get enough water to Virginia.
Well, we will be on city water, so if, potable water, so if anybody, there are a couple of larger properties across Ward, so if they're wells, we wouldn't be impacting those because we'll be on city water. There's irrigation water, and we'll be using the irrigation water rights that we have to do this, and it'll be professionally managed, so nobody wants to overwater these days because it creates a real problem for your structures if you overwater. So I don't see how this development could really create an irrigation issue. There's, what's the drain on the side?
They had said in here that the Virginia Park, the water was shut off earlier in the year due to lack of supply.
Well, sometimes when water is cut off like that, that's because the Bureau of Reclamation had stopped providing water down the laterals, the canals and laterals, so we would be suffering from that too. We wouldn't be able to take water if other people aren't getting water. You know, like we had these dry years where they decided they're gonna stop irrigation, water coming down like September or August instead of October. So we rely on the water coming through the Bureau of Rec and through the laterals to get our water.
This will be pressurized irrigation.
Pressurized irrigation, yeah. We don't flush irrigate up these any longer.
Any other questions from any counselors? Okay, very good, thank you so much. And I understand it does go quick, but I was in Middleton last week and they only give you 3 minutes. So if you think 5 minutes went fast, you should try 3. So we have, one other person signed up that wishes to testify that is in favor, Nicole Highland. You wanna come forward?
I think we need to correct that.
Did you sign up on the wrong sheet?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
No,
I'm in
so,
opposition.
okay, very good, so, after that, if you can give us your name and address, and then we'll kind of do the same thing, 4 minutes, so you have an idea when you got 1 minute to go.
I won't need 4 minutes, it'll be real quick, but it's Nicole Highland, thank you. Nicole Highland, 513 Danby Avenue, Caldwell, and I'm in opposition. All of a sudden, I can't remember my own address, and I just said it.
That's right, we don't start the time until you start speaking on it, so no worries there.
So, it's real quick, because I don't want to waste a lot of time. Based off what the senior planner had said, and the developer had said, and then earlier what Mr. Boutros had said, regarding traffic and schools and utilities. Diana, I want to reference what you were talking about, the water. Yes, it was, our city utilities were shut off early in this area, due to the dry heat, due to the, we got the letters that said, we just didn't have enough water to supply. So I think a lot of people are saying, hey, if they're already doing that without the incoming building, what's gonna happen in a normal year with all the buildings? So, just from what I've talked to. So just to make it short, the utilities, the emergency services, the school capacities, and the property taxes are my biggest issue with all of this development. I will say that I like that it's the duplex idea versus a multifamily plex. I think that's a little easier to swallow than it is the big complexes that are trying to be built. So I just want to basically say to all of the councilmen and councilwomen, I would really encourage you to look at what has already been planned and approved by the old council, sorry guys, by the older council, because we do have a lot of development in this area. We have a lot of development that's already coming up this spring, this summer. And there are some apartment complexes that are coming up that are the huge high rises in this area. So, I would really encourage you, to either ask the residents of Caldwell to get it to you or go look at it, with all of the things that have been approved,
specifically in 2021, with what's coming. A lot of people can sit here and say, oh, it's empty land right now, or it's an empty lot. They're not realizing that that's already been spoken for and something's coming. So I would just encourage just to look around before we approve any of this stuff. And then one more thing, when I say about emergency services, I did call the Caldwell Police Department on the 2026 highway. And they said since 2021, it's been an estimate of 2.5 more calls of accidents that they've responded to, And that's not including what the sheriff has, that's just their data. So whatever accident, capacity that they responded to before, it's now gone up at least 2.5 accidents a month. So, like I said, I called the Caldwell Police Department and asked them, and they said it was average. So, I just wanted to point that out for this specific, development on 2026.
Thank you. Hold on a second, there might be some questions for you.
I don't have answers, so I don't have a job.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. So, are there any questions from the counselors for Ms. Hyland? Okay, they're gonna let you off easy, so, okay, thank you so much. So there was one other, we want to make sure we get the correct person who signed up, that said they did not wish to testify. We want to make sure we have you on the right sheet because you signed up in favor as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that is Caleb and Christine, is it Avery? Avery, okay, very good. So they have signed up in favor, but have indicated they do not wish to testify. And I do not see anybody else signed up in neutral or in opposition. So, Ms. Suggs, it's back to you for your rebuttal.
Real quick, you said there was no one else in opposition, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, that is correct.
Curtis Berger has signed in on an opposition sheet, should be present.
Okay, we'll check the other one. So there's nothing on these sheets here. I know it's Curtis Berger, is that correct?
Sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so we'll check the other.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's all right. So we appreciate you letting us know.
Yeah, we signed up for the Sierra.
So there's another item after this. So
I wrote on the wrong sheet, my apologies.
no problem. Were you wishing to testify?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay, you can come on forward and we'll get that corrected.
Come up, get 5 minutes.
So Madam Clerk will bring that to you so you can write in your name and address, and after you get that done, then I said we won't clock you until you actually start speaking.
Appreciate that. My apologies for my mistake on clearly reading this incorrectly. There was a few. All right.
If you please state your name and address, and then the time is yours.
Not a problem, sir. So my name is Curtis Berger. I live at 11580 Quincy Street, and we do face south on Quincy. So we'd be looking right at the property. My concern kind of would be a culmination of math. Grew up in an engineering household, so I kind of just break things down in that fashion. Couple of concerns. Like you said, we're gonna be widening 2026 to 6 lanes. If I map that out accordingly to the Idaho Transportation Department standards, that's 12 feet per lane with about a 4-foot shoulder on each side, right? So that goes about 80 feet, right? So that would be going over from our 32-foot wide 2026 that we currently have. So that would impede into that 6 acres that they're planning on for utilization. I'm assuming they've taken that into account. But that would be a 2.5 times wider thoroughfare than they currently have available. Safety margin, right? We talk about being able to give people affordability. Quality of life to me is also a big one. So even if these units do kind of sardine into the location that they're approved for, you go down 2026, you get into Meridian, you get down into, Eagle and stuff, we've all seen the big berms, right? In front of the, if you will, the planned developments and stuff. I would argue that's for when nature, grandpa weather gets in the way. We still have big companies that are based off of 2026. You have Idaho Materials, you have Nance Paving, you have Roll Steel out there towards Middleton. These are all tractor trailer operations. They have to be because of what they haul. And I don't think anyone ever intends to have an accident, but when perfect conditions do not apply, in case you have a 30-foot barrier, right? National standards on a tractor trailer, if you discount the actual pulling unit and just the trailer itself, you're dealing with a 53-foot trailer. So that sounds like a 23-foot deficit to me if you're on 30 feet. So you have a 23-foot overreach on a jackknife semi going 50 miles an hour. Let's even go 30 miles an hour. So that's over 300 feet of needed stopping distance on snow or ice, heaven forbid something like that occur. You're a turn-up truck or something pulling 2 trailers, now you're up to 60 feet. So you're double the length of just the trailer, should that impede over the safety barrier that is approved or suggested. We talked about parking that would be allowed at 130 spaces, national average on a car, it's about 42 square foot, right? So we would come out now to 5,460 square feet of proposed parking. That should be if no one's family or friends really come to visit. So then what happens when they do? Well, it'd be the neighborhood that would be the overflow. How about expedience? You wanna pull out on the Ward Lane, but you're running behind, how about you wanna get over to KCID? Now the internal streets are rated at 25 miles an hour in a dark morning, maybe some fog, and you're late to work, and you can't get out on Ward, so you wanna cut over to the next available thoroughfare, well, that'd be KCID. What if you wanna get out to the backside of Ward and work your way down to getting over towards Middleton, right? This is all stuff, this is human nature, expedience, right? This is what's actually going to happen. We can plan for whatever we want and say in a perfect world, we provided this parking, this entry point, this exit point, but people are gonna do what they wanna do. I mean, I already, if I see that Ward is plugged up, will exit the backside of my neighborhood and go out KCID because it'll oftentimes be a safer intersection. I expect other people to be doing the same just off of simple observation, or whatever conditions prevail at the time. Traffic light or no traffic light, that's just, again, human behavior, human nature, that's probably what we're gonna see. On our street where we live, I'm a father of soon-to-be 4, currently 3. Kids under the age of 20 years of age, there's over 20 of them on our street alone. So now, my concern becomes as a parent, human nature kicks in, really, we're gonna be getting and going where we need to be getting and going, 25 miles an hour, probably not gonna be obeyed. So now, what price do I put on that? Yes, we're providing affordable housing, but again, we go back to quality of life. It can't just be quality of life for the person that's able to rent, the person that lives there in the home, the safety and amenity thereof, for that was part of the reason you purchased the home in the first place, can't be cut and sacrificed because we can squeeze the last dollar again out of what's available on the land.
One more minute.
One more minute, sorry. So that's just, those are my primary concerns. I get all the perfect world stuff, I get that, once again, property rights, like this gentleman spoke about before, business and expedience of free market, but it has to have context. And the context can't be in a perfect situation, it'll work like this. No. Take the way people behave, take that into consideration, take what we see on a daily basis. I've watched them react to and get cleaned up on 2026. And it isn't because people are trying to cause problems, again, it's just human behavior interacting with other human behavior. I would close by saying, if we're worried about traffic impacts, look what happened when we had to do the work on Linden right there at Highway 84. And people didn't have the ability to use that. On my drive to work, I noticed it was over a mile long, people waiting from the light at Middleton Road to get clear back towards the freeway. 6 lanes, of course, would help reduce that, but now, of course, are we gonna add a turnout lane? How are people entering and exiting this building? Absent, again, in a perfect world, we're just leaving on Ward. So, I understand we can map things out, and we can make it look good in a computer model, add in the human element, and things get a little bit more messy, and I want that to be considered. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Is it Mr. Berger, correct?
Sir, that's correct. It's food, but spelled different.
I didn't get dinner, so that makes me a little hungry, but that's all right. So, any questions from councilors?
I have a question.
Yes, Councilor.
You were talking about, I guess, extra traffic
Yes, ma'am.
into your neighborhood, so does that is it Cabot Avenue go into your neighborhood?
At this time, you're saying, you've got Ward, and you've got KCID. So you see where that cul-de-sac is right now?
Yeah.
That cul-de-sac currently is that's just a dead end.
Okay.
That street does not intersect into that. So if you were to go through where that cul-de-sac is, you'd be running on the backside, headed out towards KCID, that would be your exit. Otherwise, you would go past and make a right onto Quincy, and then you could cut out toward that way if you saw a traffic jam out of your standard exit in the morning.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I get that, but
Right.
there's no roads coming out of this development straight into your stuff, right? You'd have to go out onto one of the main streets to get in.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
Okay.
Yes,
Did you
ma'am.
pull up an aerial, by chance? We show the area. One of the slides, it sounds like, yeah. Yes, go ahead, please.
So my question would be, if the duplexes don't get approved and they put in commercial there, how will that alleviate your concerns, so.
It wouldn't. I would argue that you go the route that Meridian and Eagle have chosen, that just, if you're gonna do anything, finish 2026 first. Get that done, because then that gives you the real math on what there is left to play with, right? And then we can see how the traffic actually fares on a 6-laner versus a 2. I personally would just like to see a safety barrier, like a berm or something there, and I know that doesn't maximize the profit, but it would maximize the safety and quality of life for the subdivision that's already there. And I would argue, there are other opportunities in safer areas that are easier to carve out. They've done it on the corner of Ustick and Cherry. I mean, there's, probably not Ustick and Cherry, but Ustick and Middleton. We've seen, different fourplexes and stuff that are more recessed and further back, not on a road that carries bigger trucks at higher speeds, right? The speed limits are different. So I just think that it's a multifaceted, answer, but it's also a multifaceted problem. I don't think that, again, sitting there saying in perfect conditions, this is allowable, because how often perfect conditions prevail. So.
Councilor Register, there's that map. Does that answer or
Yeah.
create any more questions for you?
Well, it looks like the road comes into where the development's gonna be and then back into the subdivision, is that correct? So will it be closed off, or will the new residents in the fourplexes be able to enter into the subdivision area, which is what you're concerned about?
Well,
Right.
so my concern was, again, so you have, right now, you have entrance on Ward, and then you take a left to the, proposed planning. Then they would be adding, I guess, there would be a second street prior to KCID, so we're gonna be adding a new entrance off of 2026? Or is it still just off of Ward?
So if I'm not mistaken, there'll be an entrance from Ward
Yes,
into
sir.
the development here.
Correct.
This will be constructed into a cul-de-sac, public right-of-way cul-de-sac, if I'm not mistaken, and off of that is the private street that would run through the east, essentially to the center of it, and then veering up a little bit to the north there.
Correct, so your choke point would be single entrance and exit on Ward, unless, again, you want to utilize back streets through the residential to achieve KCID access. You tell me how people usually drive.
Like water. You just-
Yep, you got it,
Yep.
yeah. And again, my biggest concern would be just the kids. Obviously, it would kill me, I can't put a price on anything like that, someone not paying attention and rumbling through. We have enough issues kind of with it already, adding for, what would we be looking at there, like 130 proposed vehicles? Again, this multifaceted problem.
I would just add one more comment though, but if we change it from this to commercial, you're still gonna have the issue, even if 2026 gets built out, right? You still only have those exit points, which then, depending on what commercial goes in there, could be even bigger trucks driving through your neighborhood versus a subdivision.
But again, my argument would go back to, we're still talking about utilizing the property for development purposes. You don't have, well, I don't know what you do and don't have to do, but obviously a safety berm and leave it be is also an option. Maybe not everyone's favorite.
Any other questions from any counselors? Okay, very good. Thank you very much, and it sounds like you have a baby on the way, so congratulations. So, okay. Is there anyone else that was not signed up but wishes to testify at this public hearing? Okay, let the record reflect that no one came forward. Now, Ms. Suggs, please come forward, and you'll be given your 5 minutes for rebuttal testimony.
That's a lot of good information. Ms. Berger, I do have a degree in civil engineering, so, we all work in our engineering thing, so that was way back when, now I'm a planner. I do wanna just clarify a few things. Let's go back to the aerial, if it's possible, because I believe that it's important to know that the widening of Highway 2026 is actually, as Deb said, shifted south. So if you look at this drawing, the land that you see south of 2026, there are a couple of lots there. Those have actually been purchased by ITD, so that's where the highway will go, the widening of the highway will go. So it won't be concentric over the center line now, it actually shifts to the south. The 30 feet that the ITD wants as a buffer, and the city wants as a buffer, is not, a barrier. It's not going to have a fence right up against it. It'll be kind of open space. And I wasn't following 100% about trucks driving and barriers and doing this and that, but there will be kind of an open area between the edge of the highway and a buffer of 30 feet. So that will be not have trees. It'll just be grass, as I guess, because I don't think we can put trees in a ITD right away, or in that kind of buffer. There will be trees beyond that on the private property. We do have 132 parking spaces, for 52 units, two spaces per unit, which is typical in your code. It's 104, so that would leave 28 parking spaces for guests. That's lots of parking for guests. I wanted to clarify for Councilmember Register that there will be a connection to that. And this is what happens when you have a community. You don't always have to take traffic out to a major road to get to another point in the community. We use our gridded network, and if you zoom out a little bit, you can see the grid. It's not perfectly gridded, but it's kind of a gridded network. You use that gridded network to get to other places. I live in East Boise, in a gridded neighborhood in the East End, and there are many times I can't get where I need to go on the main streets, but we use our gridded network in the East End and the North End to go where we're going, because we live in that neighborhood, and we should. I would say that a lot of the people living on Cabot, which is that street, hard to see, but it's the street that comes down into the property there, they'll be using the private lane because it won't be restricted. There will be some on-street parking, so you'll be careful, but they'll be using that too. I don't think anybody's going to go up to beyond Quincy to get onto Ward. I think they're going to come right through the neighborhood. And so we're going to be neighbors, and I think it's a good thing. I think this is a great opportunity to put some much-needed housing, rental housing here. I don't think you just take a piece of property and say, never develop it. As far as water goes, the water rights are there. We could be watering it now, so, I mean, the fact that the water gets turned off just means that everybody is going to do with that, and we need to do what we can to make sure that we conserve our water when we have it. I'm thinking this is going to be a good snowball, so that's going to be good. And I'm agreeing with Councilmember Doty. We did have a lot of discussions with the staff about other uses. The special use permit was the permit that's already been approved that allows residential development in this location, because this is what can happen, residential development in the C2 zone. But commercial could have some very strong impact on this if it ever happened. I do know that the property has been zoned for commercial for 20 years. And I do know the person, I talked to him, that has been marketing this piece of property for the past 3 years as commercial, and there has been no activity at all. So I'm really excited about creating neighbors. Like I said, some of the people on Quincy and some of the other streets recently had just moved into their homes. So we appreciate that, and the fact that those are lots that we back up to have larger backyards. Just to remind you, we went through a lot of changes in our design so that we could be a good neighbor to those folks that live on that street. So we won't have people looking over into their yards. I do very respectfully request your approval of the preliminary plat tonight. I think we're on a good program, and I think when you find out that construction gets completed, and we want that too, that we'll be working right in sync with the process, because that's quite a process we go through. As you all know, between the time you make this decision now, houses aren't going to show up next year. I mean, not like this year. There aren't going to be houses there. There aren't going to be people there. There'll be more kids getting their licenses and driving additional cars in Virginia Park before we get our project built. So I very much respectfully request your approval.
Thank you very much.
I'll answer any questions you have.
Yes, any questions from councilors?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please, Councilor Sutton.
Ms. Soggs, the reason I asked the question about price is because in the spirit of affordable housing, that would be a major decision-making process for me of what those prices would be, because if you look at the current rental percentages relative to, below 1,000, below 700, above 1,000, 1,500, and above 2,000, they're way off course as far as affordable housing. That's the reason I asked the question.
Yeah, I apologize that I don't know that. I actually kind of make it not my business to find out markets, and again, 2 years from now, we don't know what kind of market we're going to be in. I would almost say that the rental prices will be lower than what most of the people are paying for their mortgages, the newer mortgages in those houses now. Those houses, like mine, have increased threefold in the past few years, and I would not be able to afford where I'm living right now. So there are some newer residents there that are probably paying a lot of money for their mortgages, and I think there's just a lot of folks that wanna be in this nice area, and they can't really afford a house right now. So this is a great location for that.
Other questions from any counselors? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Suggs, appreciate it. Okay, is there and we'll try to do this in the right order, and Debbie will keep me in line if we don't, but is there a motion to close the public testimony?
Mr. Mayor, would you mind if I ask one more question to Ms. Root?
Don't go right
Before we
ahead.
close the public hearing?
They're always fair game staff.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Deb, I heard it said by Ms. Suggs, and I heard it said by you, and it seems pretty obvious. I guess I just need a little bit more explanation. It seems like it's pretty clear that there's no appetite for commercial development of this parcel. Councilmember Doty was kind of alluding to this as well. So just help me understand why that might be the case. I know you're not a real estate agent, I understand that, but help me understand why there simply seems to be no appetite to develop this in a commercial manner.
Thank you, Councilman. The property is, constrained by size and by access. Commercial businesses or, even industrial type businesses are looking for how that traffic can flow in and out of and to their businesses. There is a small, flex building development to the east on Highway 2026, that has not even fully developed. There are some units that are developed there, and then there's storage on a couple of the lots as well. And, I can't speak to specific commercial developers, but the size of the property tends to be a significant factor in development right now as far as commercial investors coming in and building structures to develop, and then access constraints, as well as your developers and investors are very concerned about the compatibility, even the ability to put in to those properties the type of business that they want to develop on them. Based on the compatibility, the adjacency to the residential is a concern that developers bring up to us as they're looking for properties.
Okay, and thank you, Deb, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That makes a lot of sense. The comment was made by Ms. Suggs that, when you have a commercial real estate agent and they haven't had a nibble on a big parcel in Caldwell in 3 years, that tells me that it would be difficult to do something like that on that parcel. So, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, you bet.
I have a question.
Yes.
And just to confirm, this is a multi-level, unit, right? 2 stories, whatever it is.
Yes, I did hear that in your questioning. These are fourplex, not duplex, and they are 2-story units.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff from council at this time? Is there a motion to close the public testimony? Second?
Second.
So we've got a motion by Councilor McGee and a second by Councilor Stoddard to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So with that, then we'll turn it over to you, good councilors, for discussion, any debate, and any motions in regards to this request. And again, the request is for approval of a preliminary plat subdivision for Virginia Park fourplexes.
Mr. Mayor, I guess I'll
Yes.
say something briefly.
Go for it.
The people that spoke in opposition, I I live in a area where the same situation could happen to me. I completely understand what they're saying. The great thing would be to have no neighbors. I mean, that would just be, that would be everybody's first choice. However, in my opinion, Mr. Dittenberg was extremely accurate in saying that people have property rights, and somebody invested a lot of money in this piece of property at some point, and I know they would like something to happen on that piece of property. And I don't think it would be in my, power to tell them that, well, you can't do anything with it because it would be inconvenient for someone who lives a block away or something of that nature. I think there's a push-pull there. And in reality, although my first desire would be commercial, this piece of property, for the amount of traffic that's gonna come in and out of it, travels through no subdivision. They can jump right on the ward and be right onto Highway 2026 within a block's turn. And I think that is optimal for a mini trip facility. I mean, you know, it'd be better than on the other side of that subdivision where every car that left an apartment had to drive through that subdivision. Anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. Any other comments from council? Any questions for staff?
I do have a question.
Yes.
Is this also zoned industrial? I mean, essentially, it wasn't a residential, it could be commercial, but it also could be another industrial building?
This is not identified as industrial. The comprehensive plan actually identifies this parcel as business, so a pink color on the comprehensive plan. It's already zoned C2, which is community commercial. Staff would not support that parcel being industrial, located adjacent to the R1 property.
Any other questions for staff or any discussion or any comments? Okay. Are there any motions from the council regarding?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
So in this current setup, it has all these individually. Do you want us to go through those individually, or how would you like us to proceed with those?
So, Council President Alden, I appreciate that question. So, really, the motion could be all-inclusive and include it. So it basically, if you followed the motion in the order of decision, depending on which way you wanted to go, if it was approval or denial, those are all covered in the order of decision. If you notice, so what Councilman Allgood is referring to for the audience is there's a section regarding findings of facts, conclusions of law, and then the order of decision. And
accepting the evidence.
And accepting the evidence, yes, and that can all be included in one motion at one time, including then, if it were to be for approval, including the conditions of approval and any additional conditions you wanted to add.
All right, I just wanted to clarify how you wanted to make that go. So, Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Allgood.
In this motion, I would cover approving the evidence list, the findings of fact, conclusions of law. I would not include the order of decision.
And the order of decision.
With it or without it?
And the order of decision with your, whatever the motion was, whether to approve or to deny.
Okay, so it'll all be one situation. All right, Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Allgood.
I would move that we accept the evidence list, the findings of fact, the conclusions of law, and based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law, the city council hereby orders that case number SUB 21-000010, a request for a preliminary plat, Virginia Park Fourplexes subdivision, a 5.99 acre parcel containing 13 residential units, 13 residential lots and 56 residential units, and 13 common lots in a C2 zone is approved and the conditions apply as listed in the staff report.
That'd be under section 10, correct, in the staff report, but that is the approval. Very good, so we have a motion, is there a second? Good, so we have a motion by Councilor Allgood and a second by Councilor McGee for approval of the request with the conditions as listed in the staff report. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the, excuse me.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. the order had that at 56 residential units, and there are only 52.
Okay, very good.
Apologize for that.
So duly noted, it'll be for 52 residential units. Still good with your motions and your seconds?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Ms. Root. Any discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Alderman,
Yes.
Stoddard,
Yes.
Register,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Doty.
Yes.
Very good. So motion passes, 5 in favor and none against. Do we have a motion to close this public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah, so a motion by Councilor Static and a second by Councilor Register to close this public hearing. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much for being here, and for everybody else that was here to testify, and that signed up that did not testify. We appreciate you coming out and hanging out with us tonight. That moves us to item number 3, another quasi judicial public hearing item. This is case number SUV 21-28, a request by TVM Incorporated for preliminary plat approval for River Bluff subdivision consisting of 21 single-family low-density residential lots. Subject property of 6.14 acres is zoned R1 low-density residential and located at the north and east of Mosaic School at 3121 Lincoln Road, Caldwell, Idaho. Planning and Zoning Commission heard this case on December 14th of 2021 and forwarded the preliminary plat with a recommendation for approval. Ms. Root, if you please come forward and, actually, if you don't mind, we will wait just a minute. Councilor Doty did, I mentioned that to you and I totally forgot. So I think we can just, I don't know if we need to recess unless anybody else wants to stretch, or we'll just put pause for a minute. Is that all right? So. I should have stalled a little bit longer.
Yes.
Perhaps while we are waiting, we'll just check our sign-in sheet. There may have been, Tyler, I think we might have you on the wrong sheet again. So I'm guessing, and I hate to say guessing, but again, would that be correct? Okay, so we'll get that corrected. And then also Ken Cook, sorry, also signed up in favor. Is that correct? Okay, so we'll just get that one. We'll get it back there to you, Nicole. That's all right, so.
That's what I get for reading. Right. I was homeschooled.
Right.
Okay, so we are here in full again at the moment. So, Ms. Root, if you'll please give your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. W. Root, Senior Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. This case before you tonight is a request for a preliminary plat of 6.14 acres that is currently zoned R1. Property was annexed and zoned when the Mosaic Charter School was being developed. The applicant is requesting approval for a 21 lot subdivision development, single-family residential. It is an appropriate use for the properties surrounding that school. At the time when there was a proposal for some of those lots to be commercial to the directly east of this property. And, that use is not as appropriate as, single-family residential, so to be adjacent to the residential property to the east and to the school as it sits today. The plat is substantially in compliance with the codes and requirements for platting. Staff is recommending approval of this development as presented, and I will stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Root. Are there any questions from the council?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Council.
Mr. Root, is there a single entry exit? Is it just one entry exit proposed? Or is there another one coming in the future, or what's your understanding?
Thank you, Councilman. It is a single entry for these 21 lots, which is appropriate and can be managed, up to 30 lots before fire requires a secondary access. There is a stub, road, extension to the north boundary of the property. The topography of the property doesn't really support that significantly, but at the time of development, the property to the north had not fully completed their, plans or acquisition of an alternative access point. And, therefore, we felt it appropriate that access point be provided there. The discussion could be that, with a proposed development to the west of this property, that a potential extension from the cul-de-sac to that property, although I think that's where they're proposing a pump station. But there was a little bit of discussion once the acquisition of right-of-way by a future development on the west side that, is likely to position a roadway adjacent to that west boundary. But as it stands, the fire marshal did not have issue with, the single access entry point.
Thank you.
I might just ask a quick question. So it appears, so if I can use this right there, is that what more or less what we could determine as a spike strip? It would be privately owned, common law, is that correct? Not potential to extend the roadway that way? Or is that correct, or is that gonna be public right away?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the time this preliminary plat came forward, there was discussion between engineering, the applicant. There, was little or no, thought that that there would be a roadway to the single residential parcel that's on that west boundary. And it was discussed whether or not that roadway should extend up to that property line, and it was felt that it didn't need to, and that way, there was more concern with having traffic flowing through and to the queuing public at the school than to have that stub road. We're now aware that there is the potential for a connection on that side. That is I believe that's their pump station lot. I would not say it was an intentional spike strip at this point in that way. Because there was a lot of discussion whether or not to require a stub street connection to that west boundary.
And I'm looking at the aerial now, and I can see, because I thought it was just a big open field to the west, but as you said, and as it looks, it would only go to that single-family residential that's already existing to the west.
It would as it sits right now today. The development that's proposed for that, and we have received the preliminary plat, in the office really recently, that there could be a connection at that location.
Very good, awesome. Thank you so much, that answers my question. Any? Yes, come forward.
Ms. Brewer, are you familiar with the geography out there?
I am, the topography drops way off into
That's what I was wondering. So it's not likely that street would continue on to Mason Creek because of
the north-south road piece?
Mr. McDonald, could you pull up the overhead, please?
Oh.
So if you went straight down that little lane, you would run into Mason Creek down That's
Yeah.
Mason Creek Road there. Because of the topography, there's probably not a chance of a road being successful going that way.
That is correct. In speaking with Mr. McDonald, when we were discussing, stubbing that road to the north property boundary, there would have to be, because of the, slope, it would have to, cut down, there would have to be quite a bit of work to, actually make that a road connection. We wanted that available because we knew of the development of the property to the north, and we needed to make sure we didn't cut off the secondary access, which was all it was going to be proposed to be, was a bollarded emergency access, if it were an access at all.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Just, repeat myself, any of the school folks involved with this decision?
Again, Mr. Stoddard, many of these applications have been in process, prior to the school district, taking an interest in providing us actual feedback to the process.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff at this time? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. So we will begin, opening our public testimony. The applicant, Mr. Mike Mussel, if you'll please, okay, Ken's gonna take first, okay, very good. So, and Mr. Cook, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, come on forward. So if you please state your name and your address, and then we'll clock you up for 5 minutes, and then we'll give you a chance to wrap up at the end of the 5 minutes.
Okay, it's Ken Cook, I'm with Timberline Surveying, 847 Park Center Way, Nampa. I don't think I'm gonna have 5 minutes, so I think Debbie covered mostly everything, so I think if I just answer your questions, or address your concerns, I'm not prepared to have that lady, but she was good.
So if you don't mind, maybe at least explain a little bit of what you're looking at doing there, and reasons of why it fits into the neighborhood, fits in the area, benefit or provide for that area, and then we jump into questions.
When we looked at this project, like Debbie said, we looked at several different options on what to do, and what we've got put together now matches what the city would like to see. It also matched what the school would like to see. The school was very concerned about too much traffic flow around their school, and on the main road run north-south, that's right up next to their grass area, and their kids are gonna be out there running and playing, and, they really didn't wanna see, a large flow of traffic through there. Originally, when we stubbed that road north towards Marble, we kinda had it, slated as emergency access for emergency vehicles, put a crash gate. City came back with that they'd like to see that dedicated all the way through, and so we did that. But again, it was mostly kind of put some separation between a lot of traffic going past and the school playground. Just kind of a safety concern. The cul-de-sac that was stubbing to the west, at the time, the neighbor that lived over there, he's the one that kind of requested that we not stub that road all the way through. And it wasn't a spite, it had nothing to do with that. And it gave us, a lot to put, an irrigation well, irrigation pump station, and all the irrigation for that development would be from its own well, and wouldn't be drawn off of the canal and ditch system.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, and I would agree with that after looking at the area. When you just see the map, that's the first thing at least I think of is, you hate to see spike strips because you like things to go forward, but when you see the aerial, you can see that there's really nowhere for it to go other than somebody else's personal, single property.
Right.
Very good. Okay, well, thank you very much. Are there any questions from council? Yes, Councilman McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, I want to make sure that I understood. You did work with the folks at that school about that road and the safety concerns, and by the time you were done talking to them, their concerns seemed to be alleviated. Is that correct?
Right.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from any of the council?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor?
Mr. Cook, do you have the average square footage of these homes and the price? Roughly?
I'm not sure on the square footage of each home or the plans that they have, but I think they were shooting for, market of about 350 to 400.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Mussel, did you want to come and provide some testimony? If you'll state your name and address, and then 5 minutes is yours.
My name is Mike Mussel. I'm located at 9747 Riverside Road in Caldwell. And I purchased this property, originally we did the development for Mosaic Public School. They're kind of a sister to Idaho Arts. We built all of their schools, I own Mussel Construction. And so we did kind of this master plan, and I worked with Debbie on it. We originally had some commercial design for it, and we actually had the roads kind of stubbing through and different things, but then we met with the neighbors, and Mr. Tabor, that lived next door, he didn't want anything to do with the road stubbing out to the west. And so that's where we tried to design the irrigation system for the school and for the subdivision. We currently don't have enough water flow to be able to build a station. We tried to do that and give it to the city, but they didn't want it because there's not enough water fed through the open ditches to service that efficiently, and it causes a lot of problems with the filters, and Steve knows all about that and brought his main guy in. So we have recently put a well in, just got drilled last week for servicing the school, so they can pump out of that well. And they have about 1.5 acres of grass. But we've designed everything just with minimal landscape, and these are gonna be smaller homes that will, there's several teachers that would like to purchase there, and students, parents, and so on, just to fill that in. And then we tried to control the traffic around the school and take everybody's concerns in consideration to how we designed and redesigned this. But a couple things that made this particular piece, it was originally 12 to 13 acres. It really worked well for the school, and I brought the water down. That's why everything's getting developed. We own Black Mountain Excavation also, and so we brought all the water down, because they had a ton of rock in there, and we just fought through it, chiseled through it, got the water line in, and then that's what opened everything up. So everything's being subdivided in, or proposed to be. But then there's gonna be a park eventually, or at least there's one proposed, a 25-acre park or something across the street. And then there's another school, and that's really gonna tie everybody together. So it's gonna be a nice neighborhood that they can travel back and forth. And even though it's high speed there, which may get reduced, because of the school, I think it's 45 now, I'm not sure, but, anyway, the kids can cross, because there'll be a crossway there. And they've got other things designed, like apartments and so on across the street. But we're just trying to go with the flow, and really we want to help the school and some of their teachers that may be able to move into some of the, they're not going to be high dollar homes they can't afford, but something more affordable, and that's our goal. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions from council for Mr. Mussel?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Wadsworth.
Yeah, Mr. Mussel. 2 questions. The street into your subdivision, that'll be a public street?
Yes, it will.
And were you required to do any traffic
Yes,
mitigation on the road? Can you tell us what that was?
we hired the local firm that the city wants. I think we contracted with whoever you guys have as one of your recommended traffic engineers. And he did the traffic study based on our plat and the subdivision around it. He included it 2 different ways. We have minimal traffic flow there with the 21 units, or 21 houses. And, there's very little traffic that goes along that road because, it kind of lends itself really to Middleton. Everyone that I've spoke with that has interest, because we have some lots in there that are spoken for just verbally, but their goal is to go into Middleton because it's more convenient. They like Ridley's in the small town and less traffic that way. So, our traffic, there wasn't a lot to it, but the traffic study's available and the
So
city.
you don't have, were you required to add a turn lane or a side?
Yeah, we widened the road and we did everything that was requested, yes.
That's what I was getting at.
We also realigned the center line because they put those, when they put the large, power poles in, they didn't take in consideration, the public sidewalks. And so they were gonna have to hit every pole from there all the way down, so we had them realign that road. The center actually moved to the south. And, we accounted for that, and we did all the full improvements are in, as well as the main road. And then we'll eventually take out the cul-de-sac and create the, development to match the preliminary plat. That was just kind of temporary for the fire department. There's a big extreme, you guys were talking about that road going through, but I think it's 15 feet, or it's not really feasible to connect those roads down to, was it Moss or?
Mason Creek.
Mason Creek, yeah.
To make a good sledding hill in the winter,
Yeah, it would.
if we ever get some snow.
Yeah.
So, and then just Marble Front Road, I know now does not go to Middleton Road, but I believe Lincoln still does, is that
Yeah,
correct?
it
So provides that
connects, yeah.
connectivity.
Mhm.
Is there any other questions from the council? Okay, very good, thank you very much, Mr. Muscle, appreciate it. So there's no one signed up in neutral, and we do have one person signed up in opposition, Ms. Highland. If you'll please come forward and state your name and your address, and the 5 minutes will be yours.
All right, Nicole Highland, 513 Danby Avenue. I actually am not exactly against it because I like the layout. I'm against it because if you guys don't know, in April of 2021, directly across from this property, it was approved for a 72 multiplex unit apartment with an additional, thank you, with an additional, I think it's, to be wrong, but I think it's up to 60 homes in that 20-acre lot there, directly across. So with that, and then I just found out last week that the hearing examiner had approved another 28 homes coming in directly next to that, and so it's gonna be even more congested. So, like I said, I like the layout, I like that there's only 21 homes, the problem is the congestion, and that road right now, Lincoln Road, is the only road that does go to Middleton. However, it does sometimes take up to 15 minutes to get onto Middleton Road from Lincoln because of the traffic that's already there. I drive that road almost daily to get to where I need to go if I'm going to Middleton. But the problem is Lincoln Road comes out, we go further down, I'm imagining in my head, sorry. We go further down, the only outlet is Marble Front down by the park. That's the only way. If you're either going to Middleton Road or you're going to, Marble Front through the park area. So it's like that church on the hill. So the traffic is the concern on this one. But really the concern is that the development that's already been approved and getting ready now is that big multiplex 72 unit complex coming in. And the school, I did not talk to Mosaic, but I talked to the Van Buren, which is directly located right on that site as well for the 20 acres that are coming in. The principal was stated in April of 2021 to be for it, but when I spoke to her recently, she was like, this is gonna be overwhelming. So, and I'm not so sure, the Mosaics, that all the students in that complex are gonna go to that school, or pick a school, a charter school, or even Van Buren across the street. So, again, just looking at what's already been slated and approved is that big complex coming in. So, that's why I'm against that one in particular. But, on the contrary, that's the kind of homes we do wanna see in that area, because, speaking of April 2021, Nancola, former Mayor Nancola said that was actually a residential estate area out there when they started building, and it was for the view. If anyone has been out there, the view is absolutely beautiful. So, when you put these multiplex apartments that are high rises in there, your view's gone. And I know right now that the recent, hearing examiner meeting that I went to for the 28 homes that are coming in are very high-end homes that are coming in. And they sold the hearing examiner that the view is beautiful. And I got up there and said, you know that you're getting apartment complexes in your view? And he was like, there was more discussion than that. But, yeah, so I just wanted to make you aware that that's what's already slated there. And, Mosaic, I think it's under capacity just because it is, more of a smaller school that's a brand new, I believe that was built in late 2020. So, like I said, I'm not all against it, I just wanted you guys to know what was already planned and coming already, the breaking ground, so. Oh, sorry, questions?
Yes, and just maybe a clarification before we turn over to questions. When you spoke with the principal, she stated that with the concern of the overburdening, was that more towards the apartments already approved or these 21 residential lots?
It's a accumulation of all the development that has reached out to her. Like they said that she gets correspondence on everything that's been, planned. So, she just said that, it was just a brief conversation, and she said that she thinks it's just gonna be too overwhelming. Since she didn't tell me at capacity, but I kinda got the feeling.
Perfect, thank you very much. Any questions from council for Ms. Highland?
Mr. Mayor, Mrs. Island, is that Valley View again, or Carwall, or?
It is Caldwell School District.
Okay, thank you.
And just to add one more thing too, I actually live where they're putting the multiplexes in, because my view's gone. When they put the new beautiful homes of the 28 that are coming in, they are hooking onto our streets. We right now have a one single access entrance and exit to Marblefront, but they had already approved, the right of way to be used for this next 28 lots, or 28 houses that are coming in. Additional to that, they've also used our only road for the apartment complex. So now we have all of that traffic from the apartment complex and the homes that are coming in there, coming and using our road to get to Marblefront. And my subdivision is only 36 homes. So it's just a little cul-de-sac right now, and by the time they add the 28 here and the apartments here, they're now using our main road, which is maybe 10 houses, to get to Marblefront. So from where the apartments are gonna sit, and they're doing a roundabout inside the apartment complex area to come and slow traffic, they say, and then, they are going to use our road to get to Marblefront, instead of having to go out to Lincoln. I'm sure a lot of them on that far side of the apartment complex will use Lincoln, but when you're actually looking and slating at everything that's coming, everyone's gonna be cutting through the grid line and coming through the complexes, and I feel that the traffic on my road for my little cul-de-sac is gonna immensely grow. And kids, and this is, and kids are just, they play out there all the time, so.
Any other questions from the council? Okay, very good, thank you very much, appreciate it. Mr. Mussel, for your rebuttal testimony.
I can understand her point, as far as the traffic. I traveled that road 18 months or so, pretty much every day, and I never had any issues. The only issues I had was a tractor here or there that we went around. There's some trucks there, because there's a few pits and so on. There isn't a ton of traffic, and the traffic report speaks for itself. It shows that there's minimal traffic on that road. But the thing I like about this project is it's neighbor friendly. We've met with all the neighbors. They had the ability to come to every one of our meetings that we held. We held them at the school there. I've built these schools, Idaho Arts, Mosaic, Victory, Legacy, Liberty, and there's several others from California, and I've built all their charter schools. We've been putting these schools in. I think there's only 300 students there, and that's a capacity of, I think, 700 students there. So we have the ability to take more kids in. But I just like this piece to fill it in with single level. There's no two-story houses. Won't disrupt anybody's view. A I met with every neighbor, I met with the, you know, from fire to the city to the irrigation, I mean, everybody, I just tried to do exactly what they wanted. And our goal is just to finish that off with excellence. And they're gonna be smaller homes, but they're gonna be very nice. And, I'm hoping that you'll approve this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the council for Mr. Muscle?
Mr. McDonald.
Yes, Council.
I have a question, but I'm not sure who's gonna answer it, and probably everybody knows the answer except me, but when any developer comes in, whoever it is, do police and fire weigh in about emergency services getting into these areas, especially with all the traffic concerns?
Ms. Root, you wanna touch on notification, things like that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. So every application, when we, schedule them for hearing, is, sent out, all the application documents are sent out to police, fire, city engineer. We call it a PAM, it's a public agency memorandum that goes out, you know, early on in the process to those agencies to be able to make comments and things. To my knowledge, I've never received any, comments or feedback back from the police department. The fire marshal attends our, red carpet team or roundtable discussions, every Thursday, and if there are applications that we see concerns with or that he has concerns with, they're discussed and brought up. He also, those roundtables, the, applicants must have those roundtables prior to making applications, and, the fire marshal is always in on that, and so they're early on in the review process. The police department has not at this point seemed to weigh in on this. I don't know what their, communications are with the engineering department, who has the primary function of the roads and traffic conditions.
Since the deputy chief is here, can I ask her a question?
Yes, for sure. Are you talking about,
Sorry,
Mr.
yeah.
Donahue?
Yeah. I don't mean to put
I
you
think
on
we
the
woke him
spot.
up back there and needed to get the wall.
Mayor, council, how's everybody doing?
So far, so good.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, I just think this is a good time to maybe just address, or ask this question. When these developments are going in, are you guys finding it's harder to, or are you anticipating it's gonna be harder to get emergency services to these places with the way that the traffic is right now?
I think traffic's always gonna weigh in on what we do. We have preemption devices that certainly take a big bite out of that. So we were talking earlier on 2026, access will probably be fastest off 2026 down Middleton Road and up Lincoln. I drive the road every day. There's some traffic on it, there's no doubt, but it's gonna get more. There's a lot of subdivisions slated on Middleton. Mayor, I think you were at the Middleton council meeting recently. There's a lot of subdivisions, about 1,000 homes, if I remember correctly, down towards Middleton Road and Lincoln Road. So we're gonna see more busier roads, and we'll see the improvements in lights that will go along with that will help us. At some point, the fire department will have to look at probably building another station, probably long after I'm gone, down Lincoln Road, going towards, where it turns up, goes towards Joplin, towards that end of the district.
So if the fire department had some, distinct concerns about these that are coming before us now, they would have said that?
Yes, ma'am, and I know Chief Perry, who's the fire marshal, we discuss these after every red carpet, and he's deeply involved in that. And we discuss some of these issues, and we throw it around and see if anybody has any real access issues with that. And these, our only concern was off the other side. The pavement princess will not make it down the other side, so, it has to stay the way that it is unless you're gonna make some massive improvements.
Okay, well, and obviously one of my concerns is not putting the strain on, or more of a strain on public safety, but also making sure that you guys can get there, because I know that's one thing. So if you had a concern about it, you would have said so.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donahue, appreciate it. Any other questions from council?
I have one more, sir.
Yes, Mr. Ogden.
This is for Mr. McDonald or Ms. Ruth. Are you guys aware of any plans in the future for aviation to go on past Marble Front Lincoln?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Allgood, there is a city master plan, that has been existing for some time, and like I said, that master plan is being refreshed, but a lot of these north-south roads, like Aviation, Smead, KCID, a lot of those are supposed to continue all the way up to Lincoln Road and even beyond to serve that north area as it develops out. And so the intent is, yes, ultimately, when all this builds out, the goal is to bring all the traffic south down to 2026, where it can then disperse east and west. That's the ultimate objective.
So it is in plan, there's not a schedule for it, there's not a date for it, but it is planned, if I'm understanding correctly?
Yes, that is correct. And just to be clear, the city does not have the funding to go build these roads. The roads are built by development as development comes in, and so when development develops adjacent to these road segments that are not existing, they are obligated to build those, and that's how we receive that connectivity.
Thank you.
Mr. McDonald, just for clarification, too, I believe Lincoln Road is classified as the principal arterial in this area, is that correct? And Marble Front is the minor arterial, so as you were talking about those roads connecting, Lincoln is the one that's supposed to be the major road in that area, is that correct, or am I off on that?
That is correct. Lincoln is not a principal arterial, I believe it's a minor arterial, but it is it will be a major east-west corridor. At Middleton Road, there will be a roundabout where Lincoln connects to Middleton Road to provide good circulation at that location. And then there will be several north-south streets, like I mentioned, that will get traffic down to 2026.
Perfect, thank you very much. Any other questions from the council?
I want to just clarify one thing. So, back to the public safety thing, the police department's also given the opportunity to express any concerns, correct? As far as emergency services or anything like that, and they have not. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Any other questions from council? Okay, with that, I would stand for a motion to close the public testimony. Motion by Council Register, second by Council Sadek, to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So public testimony portion has been closed. So with that, let me get back to my item here. So before the council, this is case number SUB 21-028, and this is a request for preliminary plat subdivision for River Bluff subdivision, which consists of 21 single-family low-density residential lots on approximately 6.14 acres and a zoned R1 low-density residential property. With that, this item would be before council for any discussion. Any items, even though public testimony is closed, you still can ask staff questions. So if you have any questions of staff, feel free for that and any discussion of this request. And a motion is always appropriate as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I appreciate the way you're doing this, because it makes it a lot more simple. I'm gonna try to do this, and then, I'll take coaching if need be. Mr. Mayor, based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law, the Caldwell City Council hereby orders that case number SUB 21-0000028 preliminary plat for River Bluff subdivision consisting of 21 single-family residential lots with an average lot size of R1, zone on parcel R34795, be approved with the conditions of approval as listed in section 10.
Very good, thank you very much. So we have a motion for approval, is there a second?
Second.
Very good, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, will Madam Clerk please call the roll?
McGee,
Yes.
Dottie,
Yes.
Register,
Yes.
Doty,
Yes.
Allgood.
Very good. Motion passes 5 in favor and none against. Is there a motion to close this public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
A Motion by, Councilor Stanek and a second by Councilor Allgood to close this public hearing item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. I gotta say, I think that's the best motion so far, Mr. McGee, so you get credit for doing it so smooth, so you did a good job, well done. That will move us to action item number 4. This is another quasi judicial public hearing. So this is for, case number ANN 21-04 and SUB 21P01 for Soterra subdivision and annexation. So this is a request by the land group for annexation of approximately 38 acres. In accordance with the 2040 comprehensive plan designation, the applicant is proposing 15.8 acres of C2 community commercial zone and 22.2 acres of R1 low-density residential zone. Concurrently, the applicant is requesting a preliminary plat of Soterra subdivision with the development of 75 total lots, which includes 60 single-family residential lots and 6 common lots in the R1 zone area, and 8 commercial lots with 1 common lot within the C2 community commercial zone. Subject property is located at 205 West Ustick Road in Caldwell, Idaho. Caldwell hearing examiner heard this case on November 30th of 2021 and forwarded them with recommendations of approval as conditioned. With that, Ms. Root, the time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Debbie Root, Senior Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. The application before you tonight is a request for annexation and a preliminary plat. This property on the comprehensive plan is identified as business for the frontage property, about 15 plus acres, and then low-density residential on the remainder balance of the property. The applicant has provided for, has complied with that, actually, in their application to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Business is identified in the comprehensive plan for service, business professionals, retail, small retail type activities. It does not identify residential as part of that. Recently, the city council adopted amendments to the zoning ordinance that would not allow for residential development in those commercial zones, as alluded to by Councilman Allgood earlier. This 15 acres is appropriate size to promote service commercial type, community commercial type service businesses in this area, and is appropriate for adjacencies to the residential zones for compatibility. There is also already C2 zoned property to the east of this parcel that was zone C2 with the intent to, at the time, build out a grocery store on that property, and it's adjacent to Cumberland subdivision, and the neighborhood Walmart actually went in on the opposite corner to that, to the east, so there is a Walmart store there. We did have multifamily development proposed on that C2 property, and the neighbors came out and forced against that, and with the belief that it was going to be commercial development on that corner, and retail commercial, not multifamily. So with that, the Soterra development is asking to annex 15.8 acres with C2 zoning, and they intend to develop, at this moment, are proposing 8 commercial lots on that property.
Yes, Drew, can I interrupt you for just a minute, please?
you help me identify exactly what property would, is it both sides of U-Stick, just this side, what, can you show me exactly which piece we're talking about here?
We are talking about the large, kind of strangely shaped,
Is it this one here?
yep, that parcel right there.
Over,
Yep.
follows the canal.
Yep. That is.
And so, we're business next to U-Stick and residential,
Mm-hmm.
more interior in the property, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay, so,
Okay, I
this
just wanna
is-
make sure I know which piece of property we're talking about.
yeah, I apologize for that, thank you. Okay. So the business, commercial, retail development will be on the frontage of the Ustick Road corridor. That front 15 acres that's identified there, and then the residential is, R1 residential, adjacent to the Cumberland subdivision, single-family residential as well. All of the properties surrounding this property are also identified as, low-density residential on the comprehensive plan. So, to the south and west around this property. Then they're also requesting annexation of 22 acres with the R1 zoning designation to promote their development. Total acreage is 38.07 acres on this property. So the preliminary plat for Soterra subdivision is a request for 8 commercial retail business lots, and it's conditioned that it would not be multifamily development. And then 60 single-family residential lots. The applicant is required to put a connecting pathway from Ustick Road to the southeast corner of the development. The major connecting pathway through this development and there was some discussion that the adjacent connecting pathway to the north is on the opposite side of the canal, and that they felt like that should stay on the west side of the canal. And the discussion at the hearing examiners was that, no, the development that is developing is responsible for that connecting pathway. It makes sense that we require that pathway on the east side of the canal in this area. We're not having a gap in our pathway system where those smaller rural residential lots are up against Ustick Road, and that is likely not to ever build a pathway connection through there. The other argument that came forth on this was that the pathway just dead ends down at the southeast corner at the Cumberland field. There is actually an irrigation access easement there, and even though the developed or improved pathway would end at that point, it still would provide a pathway network through this development. And as the city grows and develops, these pathway connections are super important. So we're talking about, so there's currently pathway on the north side of Ustick at the northwest corner of Soterra's proposed development. We're proposing that they be required to go ahead and put this connecting pathway into this location. Then there's an irrigation easement there that it's, not open for public travel, but at some point, we either put a bridge, require a pedestrian bridge when this property to the west develops something. So, but the intent is that these connecting pathways are going to join these properties. This acreage here is the approximate 360 acres that the state has just sold to a developer. And so we're gonna have that development. We've got the, high school here, an elementary here, the middle school here, a proposed elementary site here. And so these pathways become increasingly important to provide for services for pedestrian and bicycle and pedestrian ways off of the main public roadways. And so I would ask that, even if the developer proposes that this pathway is not necessary, and that it's a pathway to nowhere, that the council not approve that request for waiver of that pathway, because they're vitally important for getting our citizens around and through this, city as we grow and develop. As proposed, this development is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the preliminary plating requirements. The one additional thing that staff would ask this council is to consider is that they require the road frontage on Ustick Road to be completed at the time of the first phase, and that the trunk line and municipal services be pulled through to the east side of that property. And the purpose for that, we have public safety with roads, sidewalks, and the buffering of that. But also, we've seen in our North Ranch development and our business areas that the properties that already have the frontage completed, that a small business isn't looking at having to pull a trunk line, do 600 feet of landscaping and road frontage, which would be defeating to a small business to come in here on this property, even purchase property. So it goes back to this, why aren't developers looking at our frontage properties and developing businesses? And we feel pretty strongly that there is some merit to having those high cost, high visual, aesthetic appeal of those properties be developed at the time when the developer is pulling their money out of there. So I will stand for questions.
Very good, thank you. I have a quick question before we turn over to council. You mentioned the trunk line, so it jogged my memory out there. So, and this may be more for you, Mr. McDonald. Is this gonna connect the trunk line that, can't remember the name of that subdivision, to the northwest? Is that, it's not Cumberland, what is that subdivision?
Southgate and Newberry.
Newberry. So will this connect to the trunk line they put into Ustick Road? Or are we gonna have a barrier there at the Phillips Canal between those two?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that is the intent. I can turn on, you can see that this dry trunk line was built here by this development, Newberry, many years ago. And the intent is that that would be connected through, and then it would, ultimately that trunk line continues and then it heads south, somewhere in this area. I can't remember exactly where, but yeah.
Okay, excellent, thank you very much. Okay, is there any questions from the council for Mr. Councilor Stock?
Well, I've got a question for Mr. McDonald. If my senior memory serves me right, there was supposed to be an apartment complex on Amber and 10th at one time, in those pasture grounds just north of the Christian church there. Was that ever developed into anything, or was that just scratched? It was right off of Amber. Yeah. And further north too. Is that Amber there, or is that, like I say, it was right off of Amber, about maybe a half a city block, or, yeah.
Yeah, you're in the right spot now.
Yeah. Maybe Mr. Alba remembers that too, I don't know.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
I don't believe anything started, but yes, there was something started there.
I was just wondering whether progress of that, or we just scrapped. Probably nobody remembers.
Actually, Mr. Static, or Mr. Mayor, Councilman Static, that development is, proposed as 10th Avenue Heights subdivision. They did come back, last year and sought approval for the preliminary plat for that development. I believe the construction drawings are approved for it. So you have not seen any structures on the ground. I was just by there and there were no structures on the ground, but they do have their construction drawings approved for that development of multifamily in that acreage right there.
Okay, and there was concern at that time too, Mr. McDonald, about traffic going on 10th because of the bus traffic and is that a elementary school there too, I think, on 10th? Middle school? Yeah. So I don't know how that'll tie in with what we're doing here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Stoddard. To be honest, I'm not prepared to speak to this case up here, and so I know there will be some additional traffic coming out onto 10th Avenue. I didn't look at that case file before this meeting.
Okay.
I would suspect that, the majority of the traffic for this project is coming off onto Houston Road.
Okay.
And there may be some going north on 10th that may conflict, with where this project is, but I don't know anymore.
And it was my understanding that Ustick is gonna be widened fairly soon, or am I wrong there?
So Ustick is a principal arterial, which means it will be a 5-lane road when it's fully built out. The widening at this location, will be done by the developer along their frontage. That's their responsibility to widen that section. The other sections of Ustick Road, in this location are not proposed to be widened at this time unless development comes in to widen them. The section of Ustick Road that we have planned for widening as a city project, and urban renewal project is the section between, Lake Avenue through the boulevard to the interstate overpass.
Okay. Now, could you, I know when you folks did the traffic pattern on that, off of Amber, number one, I didn't believe it because I know what the traffic is there. I go by there all the time, 10th and Ustick, but could you maybe check into that to see whether they've addressed that problem at all, especially with the bus maintenance shop there in the, middle school? Could you take a look?
Yeah, I'd be
Just
happy
send
to
me
take
an
a
email
look.
or something.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Also, since we're catching up on it, was there also something proposed and approved on the northeast corner of 10th and Ustick by the vet office? Or was that the one you were talking about where they came out and then? It's a lot of traffic.
Yeah, it is. There is a significant amount of development, in this area and being proposed and/or, outright allowed, permitted by the zone and the property. So at that corner by the vet's office, there is multifamily proposed on, I believe they've created 3 lots there or 4 lots there. And, their building permits have been submitted to my knowledge. And so, yes, on that corner, around the vet's office, there is proposed to be multifamily.
And then also I forgot to read this into the record. I know there was an email that came in today, that I do not believe the council was able to receive, so I was gonna read that into the record from Patricia Soren. That's not correct?
Yes.
And I'm not sure if the applicant has received this or seen it as of yet, but anyway, it's exhibit CC 1000, so I'm just gonna read this into the record. So this, again, was an email received today, from Patricia Soren. It says, "I apologize for sending this late regarding land group request on Ustick Road for the Sotera subdivision. We have several concerns regarding the proposed subdivision and commercial development proposed by the land group. The number of cars that will be added to Ustick and Kimball, at 60 single-family homes and an average of 2 cars per home, it is an additional 120 cars per day. This is addition to another new subdivision off Ustick and Airport, as well as potential continued growth along this corridor. 2, the developer has indicated that there will be a single stop sign for exit onto Kimball, which presents safety concerns with increased traffic on Ustick and the exit dropping out onto a through road and Kimball coming out at the same location. The chance for accidents is high as people get tired of waiting to exit. Look at Ustick in Florida and the number of accidents at that corner. A 3-way stop should be considered. Number 3, the number of construction vehicles will add to already busy road. Number 4, Kimball desperately needs curb gutter and sidewalks, as does Ustick. Neither are walkable roads and present great safety concerns for anyone walking or bike riding. Number 5, unknown commercial area with 15.8 acres designated for future development. There needs to be a clear plan as to what is included in this area The use of this property could have a significant impact on traffic, real estate values, and quality of life for surrounding homes. No one wants large commercial lighting in their backyard, nor the noise for commercial use. The developer needs to provide more details about this part of the project, or the neighborhoods have a say in what happens when plans are in process. Thank you, John and Patty Soren, 522 Keogh Lane, Caldwell. And I'm not sure where that is in relative to this property. Again, that was received today, so I apologize for the lateness, but just west of the proposed project. So again, that's, exhibit CC 1000, so we'll make sure we include that at the end as part of our evidence list.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So west would be towards Bear Lane, or that way?
Yeah, and that particular property owner is actually on the other side, so west of Bear Lane.
Oh, okay.
On Keogh.
So they're not in the Cumberland subdivision then, right?
They are not in the
Okay.
Cumberland subdivision, they are to the west and, not really even adjacent to the, what's commercial and, identified as commercial.
Okay, very good. Any other questions for staff? Thank you very much, Ms. Root. And I think we need to move some names around on these sheets, so maybe not. So, well, I think we do need to, maybe not Ms. Highland, so you signed up in favor, is that correct? Okay, so I believe that we need to move the applicant to the in favor sheet. I'm guessing, Ms. Thompson, that you are not against this project. So I know Mr. Allen and Ms. Thompson have both signed up against this project. Are you both in favor? You're in favor. Mr. Brian Allen, are you here? He's not here, so we'll leave him there for now, but Ms. Tamara Thompson is in favor, correct?
I'm yeah.
Yes, that's what I figured, so, okay, we'll make sure that we get that adjusted. So Debbie, you'll bring that to you to adjust, if you wanna come forward, and she'll give that to you, so you can add it to the correct section. Yes, for sure.
I just wanted to clarify this, Ruth. You mentioned a couple of conditions, one being the pathway, another being the trunk line. Are those included in the conditions in section 10? If we say to include section 10, are those two things there?
I don't know that the trunk line specifically, what was discussed at the hearing examiner, meeting was that staff requested that there be a condition added that all the road frontage improvements on Rustic Road be completed with the first phase of development.
So if there's a motion made, it should include that language, that's what I'm asking.
Right, well, in order to complete the road frontage improvements, that they do have to complete the, municipal services improvements at that time of the site. I believe that's true.
So, are we, sorry, I was talking with Councilman Doty. Did they get your question answered?
Not yet.
They're looking into it, okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
What I was asking is, when Ms. Ruth was speaking, she listed a couple things that were important, the pathway and the development of the trunk line and the frontage on the first phase. I was just asking if that is included in our motion, or that would be something we would have to add if we were to move this forward.
In the conditions of approval, it's
Correct.
an additional condition we need to add.
Whether we needed to add those.
Okay, very good. And is that something maybe you can look up while we get the testimony from, okay, perfect. So we'll have Ms. Root look into that and see if it's in there. If not, I bet she can craft some very nice language for us to add into there if that's the desire of the council. So, Ms. Thompson, it's good to see you this evening. So thank you for being here. So if you would state your name and your address, and then the time would be yours.
Absolutely. Mr. Mayor, members of council, Tamara Thompson, I'm with the Land Group. We're at 462 East
Shore Drive in Eagle. Tonight I'm representing the property owner, and he is here with me tonight if you have any questions of him. The property is generally located at the southwest corner of Eastic and Kimball Road, and I've highlighted it in blue there for you so you can see exactly where that's located. It's currently addressed 205 West Eastic Road, and it's very unique in size and, in shape. And, the Phyllis Canal is at the south and west sides, and then the existing Cumberland subdivision is, you can see down to, kind of the southwest. This application includes annexation of, it currently consists of one parcel, that's 38.07 acres, and, we're annexing the entire parcel, but with two separate zoning designations. The, comprehensive plan for this, which Deb already went through, so I'll go through quickly, because 5 minutes isn't very long. The northern part is commercial, and the southern part is, low-density residential. What we're proposing on the zoning, designations is consistent with the, zones that are immediately to our east. So the C2 is at our frontage, on Eastic Road, and then the R1 to the south. Again, these are consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. This is our plan. The Soterra plat has 15.8 acres and 8 commercial lots to the north, and 60 residential lots in the R1. We have aligned the east side 1-to-1 with the lots that are currently there. These lot sizes are consistent with what is in Cumberland, but we did that especially, and then we agreed to a condition of approval that's already in the conditions, that those lots on that, where they abut up to the existing home, will be single family, single family and single story, where they won't have, a 2-story, but they can have the loft and the rafters. That's already included. The project is planned to be phased. Phase 1 is the residential portion in blue, and it includes the access to Usick coming down Kimball and extension of Kimball there. The overall density of the residential is 2.7 dwelling units per acre. And the utilities for the residential portion actually come from Timberland. So there's a stub road from Pineville Street, which you can kind of see it's like 2/3 the way down of the residential side, and that's where the utilities come from. So we do not have to extend utilities in Usick for this first phase. It can all come from the residential subdivision. And again, this residential portion is our first phase. And here again is the preliminary plat, and I've just highlighted the landscaping for you. And we have about 4 acres of open space, which is about 3 times the amount of open space that's required by city code. Here's a concept plan for the commercial. That will be market driven, and at this point, this site is a little green for commercial. It will likely come from the east, and there's still a parcel that is closest to Walmart that it likely won't leapfrog over that. So it will be orderly development coming to the west. We do have 2 requested revisions. So we've read the staff report and agree with staff's analysis and the recommended conditions of approval with these 2 exceptions. One is the frontage requirements be completed with each respective phase. So the Usick frontage would be completed with the first commercial phase, and that is how the Usick trunk line for the utilities is written in the staff report. So there is a condition in the staff report that trunk line for the utilities has to be extended to and through, but it's with the first commercial portion portion, because we don't need it for the residential. We can get the residential in, those are stubbed through the existing residential in Cumberland. So we're asking for those frontage improvements to go along with that, first commercial phase. So we just need to add the word commercial there. It makes sense where the whole frontage is gonna be ripped up to extend those utilities, that those two, stay together, and it is cost prohibitive in that first, phase to get that all in. The pressurized irrigation system also for that area, there's just a lot of improvements that would have to happen in that commercial area, and we will do that with that commercial phase. The second is the pedestrian pathway that, Deb mentioned before. The Cumberland number 5, which is the one to the south, and you can see where I have on there, no pathway to the south. So Cumberland was just signed by the city engineer in May 29th of 2019, and it was recorded in June of 2019. And they did not extend that pathway there. So it will be a dead end to, where it just comes through and dead ends. And you can see, if I go back to our layout here, that, on the southern, oh, it doesn't show up very well, does it? On the south end, that it's just gonna go down there and stay. There is not public access onto the irrigation ditch, and so it just feels like a very dangerous area. And in fact, in other jurisdictions, the police department, which I understand you too, wouldn't mind having his comments on this, but the police department won't let us in other jurisdictions have a pathway that just dead ends, behind houses, because nefarious things can happen in that area.
Go ahead, you're good, go ahead and take another minute or two and wrap up.
Thank you. There's one other quick thing about, there's something in the development agreement that references some streets that aren't part of our frontage, so I think it's just a typo that we'll need to clean up. It's, plat note 2 on page 11 of the development agreement. And, other than that, the requested annexation, zoning, and pre-plat is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and the development code. The C2 and R1 zoning continues the zoning framework already established in the area, and with the 2 requested revisions, we respectfully request your approval tonight, and I'll stand for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from council? Councilor McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is mostly for Ms. Rood. If we could go back to the slide where we talked about the pathway, actually, Rob, it's just, Mr. McDonald is just coming back in, so I'll ask him to bump back over to that. Rob, could you go, well, actually, I guess you're driving, aren't you? Go ahead, could we go back to that slide where we talk about the pathway?
Well, I have this one, but if you want to in this area.
No, just, if we go back, though, it's adequate. So, Ms. Fruit, as we're finding this, my question's gonna be pretty simple. I mean, in your opening comments, you're pretty adamant about making sure that we try to find a way to continue that pathway. If I understand this correctly, that may not happen under this scenario, but we may have already, if I understand this correctly, we may have already run into that problem already. Is that correct? Can you kind of clarify what you said earlier and how it relates to the presentation that was just made?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilman McGee. My request is that you not waive the pathway requirement. We have developments all over the city that have complied and put in their major pathway that do not connect to anything at this moment. There's bare ground or development that was, developed previous to the pathway requirement being, put in there. Ms. Thompson references the Cumberland subdivision. Cumberland subdivision, they are on phase 5, and at the time that was developed, the pathway was not required in there. But there is a, canal easement. There are, efforts through the bike and pathways, pedestrian pathways to, procure easements and land, and as we develop through the city, these pathway extensions, and they're throughout a lot of developments. Some of the developments have the pathways extended, some have them improved, some not. But, they're really vital to our long-term success of the bike and pedestrian pathways plan and getting our citizens connected through the city, from one end to the other, north to south. So, what this would do is provide a significant portion of a link from Music to headed towards Karcher Road, right, and that area. And so, if Ms. Thompson's concern is that there's no connection or ability to connect, then there could be a condition that they build or be required to contribute to half of a pedestrian bridge to connect it to the property on the west side of the canal. There are ways to, provide connection of this pathway as development occurs. Is it the most economical for the developer at the time? No. But that master plan is part of the comprehensive plan. The intent of the bicycle and pedestrian plan is to provide those off-road connectivity through these developments. We had a lot of development previously. We had time extensions that were approved developments that weren't required to put the pathways. There's just different elements of why some pathways are there and not, but ultimately, as the city grows, we need these pathways to provide alternatives for our citizenry to traverse through the city.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Any other questions from council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Sonic.
Size of homes and price?
I knew you were gonna ask that, I knew you asked it twice, I wasn't paying attention. So I did ask my client, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Static, the home size is gonna be between 2,200 and 2,800, right around that, size. And they'll be comparable to, what's in the vicinity, which currently, we're going up pretty quickly.
Sure.
But who knows where we're at, but, somewhere in the 525 to 650,000.
Okay.
Is what it's planned at.
And any communications with the Valley View School District?
We have not communicated with the Valley View School
Okay.
District, but I do know that there's a small site right across the street, and the one across the street, I believe, is Caldwell.
I would encourage you, if you haven't, to maybe touch base with them, that would be great. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it. Ms. Highland, you indicated you wish to testify, is that correct? Come on forward. And just state your name and address in case we've forgotten.
Michael Highland, 513 Canby Avenue, Caldwell. Actually, this is really, I support it, I love it, I love the idea, I looked at it, and, I really thought it was pretty well thought out, and from what I understand, because I'm not an engineer, but everything, I thought it was a great addition with, combining the commercial with the residential. That's it, question?
And it's a good thing to not be an engineer, so I'll just put that on the record, so. Any questions from council for Ms. Highland?
See, I'm not all negative.
Very good, well, thank you very much, we appreciate that. Okay, is there anybody else? I know that, just to put that on the record, so there's nobody signed up in neutral. There was the one individual, Brian Allen, signed up in opposition. stated he wanted to testify, but I do not believe he is present. Is that still the case? Very good. Is there anyone else that's not signed up that'd like to testify in this item? Yes. Please come forward. We'll have you sign up, in support, neutral, or opposition.
Neither.
Neither. So probably neutral?
I just have a question, yeah. I
So we do need to get you
Wait a
to,
minute, please, just a moment.
so she's gonna keep us in line, so we just need to get you, your information on there.
While you're signing, Mr. Mayor, one question for Mr. McDonald again. Is there any, plans for 10th Avenue in the near future to straighten that thing out? Because it's like a washboard now, with all the repairs that's been done from, Ustick to Carter Road.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Sadek, when you say straighten out, are you referring to like a refinish, resurfacing?
Yes.
At this point, there are no current plans to resurface 10th Avenue. That is a factor of budget and what we're able to do. If that's, if that's something that the council would like us to do, then that's something we can talk about in this budget year.
Okay.
The other option is we can look at for federal funding, to maybe have a federal project that would, repave a lot of 10th Avenue. And I do agree with you there, over the years, 10th Avenue's been, chip sealed. I don't know how many times,
Yeah,
but it's never had
many
any real asphalt work.
Could we depend on you to start the ball rolling on that, and just remind us that we need to discuss it in the near future?
You sure can.
Thank you.
An email will be forthcoming, so, very good. Is it Mr., is that Koala? Very good.
Eric Wallace, 4719 Gila Avenue, Caldwell. I just had a question. With all these houses going in this particular development, we're gonna have a lot more traffic on Ustick. I didn't hear anything about, either traffic circles or stoplights. I live right near, Montana and Ustick, and it's very difficult, to get across that road sometimes, pedestrian-wise especially, but even with cars. So a lot of extra traffic. Is there any thought about having either a stoplight or a traffic circle there and or at Kimball? Just a thought.
So just to clarify, so we're not talking about Montana up at this location, either at Kimball Avenue in Ustick or at
Montana and Ustick.
Oh, Montana and Ustick or Kimball and Ustick. That's the question. Mr. McDonald, can you address that?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we do have plans for traffic signals, potentially at both of those locations. In the staff report for this development that we're talking about, there's a note in there that says the mitigation that this development is providing could very well go toward a traffic signal at, Ustick and
Kimball?
Sorry, it's past my bedtime. Ustick in Florida, or Ustick in Montana, is another intersection that, is high on our priority list, and that would be a signalized intersection, not a roundabout. There's currently one property owner on the northwest corner that I have been, in negotiations with and talking to see if we can acquire that right away, so that we could construct a traffic light at that intersection.
Very good.
Thank you. My wife will be very happy now.
That's right, it sounds like good news, so that's good to know, so, very good. Okay, any questions from the council for staff? Or for anyone that testified before we close the public hearing? Okay, do we have a motion to close the public testimony portion of the hearing? So yes, if you'd like to come forward and provide, any rebuttal testimony, so right ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, members.
No, you're fine. Thank you for.
Chairman Thompson, I would have to have the last word, right? I just wanna go back to the one condition about the frontage improvements, if you guys have any questions on that. And Mr. McDonald, if you could put up that, the sewer, where the sewer is currently located. On the east side. So, you can just say the same thing here.
Okay.
Is it easier to come around or?
You go that way, you can look back behind us.
I'm afraid,
That way everybody in the audience can see it.
I'm afraid of hidden
We're not watching a baseball game on the TV there, I
So,
promise.
Olympics, there is, the sewer is actually here, and this property owner will need to do to and through to get it to our east property line, and then we do to and through to there. And so like I said before, the residential can proceed, phase one can proceed without that extension coming through to get to our property. And, so we're doing our utilities from the Cumberland subdivision. There's enough capacity there to go there. And then, so phase one of the commercial then is what we're proposing to, pull the utilities through and do those frontage improvements. So that's what we're asking for, is your, just that adding the word commercial to that condition. And if you meet that, that is condition 20 in the development agreement. And then again, we gratefully appreciate the time to present this to you tonight. It's been great working with staff, and we respectfully request your approval with the requested revision. Thank you.
Hold on just 1 second. Do we have any questions from council? Yes, Mr. Alden.
Quick question, more than likely, we will require pathway? If it goes, does that change your application any?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, all good. It doesn't. We have it shown. It just, you know, we want to keep things affordable, and the more conditions that go on things, the higher prices get. And to put a pathway that just in 2019, it can't continue because that project just constructed seems a little silly, and to add costs that aren't necessary, we'd rather put those into amenities into the development. But if that's where you're going, we can accommodate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I might throw one out there, real quick. So I think the reasoning, I'm guessing, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong in this, for the frontage improvements with that first phase is to ensure that it does get done. Because I know we've seen in the past where things have begun in certain areas, they didn't get to the others. So, is that more or less correct, Mr.? I see it, she's nodding her head yes on that. So maybe, are there any assurances that you could give, and maybe the council doesn't have these concerns, but is there any assurances, like, in a time frame that if it doesn't happen, the second phase, the commercial doesn't happen within so many years, then it gets built at that time, or is there any type of assurances to give, and maybe is there a level of comfort to the council that we know that those will get built at some time in the somewhat near future?
Yeah. You want to answer that one? Yeah. My client is,
Very good.
Yeah, sorry.
So, yes, we need you to.
Certainly didn't push you aside. Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for hearing us tonight. My name's Brent Thompson, no relation. Sam is just a fantastic engineer, but it's always funny, we have the same last name.
Do you mind giving your address for the
Sure.
record, and slowly so I can write it down for you?
You bet. 7068 Founder Street, Eagle, Idaho. And, so, in regards to that, let me just kind of answer that first question in regards to the frontage improvements. As Tamara showed you, where the sewer is, and we need to wait for the development, to our east to develop, to get to our property line and so forth to do that. But there's another, situation there, and I think it's good to be informed so you understand why. We're not trying to skirt any issues. And one of the things I'm gonna preface real quick is, I actually control over 220, almost 230 acres in the city of Caldwell. This is our first application, our most exciting project we have, and we're gonna come in and work with staff to do all the fun things that this group would like to do, and I totally support. But over at Parcher, between Florida and Indiana, we have the 63 acre piece there that's across from the cemetery. We're working with a large grocer and doing some awesome, really cool things there. Affordable housing is one of our biggest issues. It's unbelievable that right now we're talking in this day and age, we're talking $600,000-700,000 homes, when just, a few years ago, it was affordable. And the reason why it gets so out of control sometimes is because of these upfront infrastructure costs. There's that balance, right? The developer's making money, obviously, but the city needs what they need. And we just need to kind of work together in timing, it is an important thing. If we front load all of our costs on all this, we need all the infrastructure, all the frontage improvements all at once, it becomes unaffordable to develop. We end up selling the property, and the property really doesn't develop. And those improvements that everybody wants, which are sidewalks, gutters, and traffic lights, don't happen. And, we want to work together with the city to make it work. The only question or challenge that we have, when we initially, met with the city and so forth, the pathway never really came up. And so when we did our design, I take a great amount of risk in what we do, in the sense that we already hire our engineers, the civil engineers, to go ahead and process. And Mr. McDonald's been working with our engineer on the civil side. We already have civil drawings that are essentially ready to submit, very shortly. And the pathway had come just right during the planning and zoning, but anyway. In the comments. And we're not against pathways, I love pathways, I'm developing a large project in Eagle, and all about pathways and doing connectivity and so forth. We've got wonderful open space in this project. The challenge is, it literally does, and if we could, if it's of interest, we could zoom in directly if we have a parcel map. I don't know if Mr. McDonald can zoom in at all, and I can kind of show you exactly what we're meaning, but, if we go actually down to the south, east corner, I just want to kind of show, we're not trying to just say it's a road to nowhere, but literally, now that Cumberland Estates has developed, they have vinyl fencing right up to the irrigation easement. The irrigation company doesn't want us and doesn't want the council, I'm sure, to approve access, that we have a pathway that obviously dumps onto their easement, because naturally people are gonna immediately go there. But if we have that pathway, whoever owns that particular home could pull it up, obviously, but that path would end up right at the end of that fence, and we'll never have an opportunity to continue. It seems for us, it'd make much more sense that that pathway get developed on that larger parcel that's to our south. And so as I was sitting here thinking, what's a good compromise? Because we honestly aren't trying to shrug our responsibilities or anything else, but look for the best method and the best path forward. No pun intended. That's right. But if we were to look at the north end, Tamara pulled this up earlier, but if you look on Google Earth, the pathway, now sorry, Mr. McDonald, can go to the very northwest corner. Across from the canal on the Phyllis, I don't know if can you go aerial on that? You can see how the pathway terminates there at that crossing. It seems that it would be natural that obviously we continue on that side of the canal. However, you've got another home there. What I would suggest we propose, or what I propose as a compromise, is that we put the pathway on our side, on the commercial side, so that the path can actually kind of cross the street, come across our commercial side, and bend down as you go. Perfect, Mr. McDonald, thank you. To about there. Naturally, when this other property develops, I happen to know the other landowner that owns that 6.5 acres or so, lives in California. I've looked at that piece of developing it potentially, but when it develops, it naturally probably needs that intersection where that tees. It's kind of where that bulb comes together, and I'm sorry I'm having to talk with my hands and not be able to show. But what I'm proposing is we have a path that comes along that commercial end down through there, and then we will work with the Phyllis Canal. I've done projects in Nampa. We did a White Hawk fourplex project, 88 units down there. We built a pathway along there. 2 was a road to nowhere, but nonetheless, we built it. But I'd be happy to work with the canal company and see if we can get a crossing or future crossing, or we contribute money to the city, for the city to do a future crossing at some point. But I feel that the residents that would live in our new neighborhood, as well as the residents of Cumberland Estates, really don't want a lane that's gonna terminate there, that's totally out of the view of the police, out of the view of residents. There's nobody there to see what goes on behind those fences, and that's a concern. Spray paint, taggers, so on and so forth, there's nobody there to control that space. And, again, I'm not trying to shrug the responsibilities. We're gonna have lots of opportunity, because we have this property. I've got 40 acres on Lake Avenue, just north of Karcher. We have the Tuscan Ridge subdivision, which I need to work with Mr. McDonald to get our engineering finished. We've got lots of exciting stuff that we can do together with the city, and we're not trying to shirk that responsibility. It's just that for this particular project, for 38 acres, we've got a significant load on our shoulders to make that work, if that makes sense.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. Any questions from the council?
Oh, I'm sorry, one last thing, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor, I apologize to interrupt. And that's why with the frontage, we've requested that frontage come in with the commercial. And at this point, the commercial, I'm also developing, if you're familiar with the brand new Albertsons that just opened in Star, I'm developing the 50 acres adjacent to that along Highway 44, all the way to Canada. We're working with a lot of commercial brokers, commercial users, we're in the commercial business. We are likely gonna have to develop that commercial ourselves and probably own it ourselves, simply because it's up, it's green, it's very green. But we simply request that we can do those improvements when our developer to the east and growth really comes out. We're also gonna plan on maintaining, the home that we have there for a short time being anyway.
Okay, excellent, thank you very much. Hold on one second. Is there any questions from council for Mr. Thompson?
Well, I have a question for Ms. Ruth.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, based on what he was just saying about the compromise, is that something that you, or that works for you?
Mr. Mayor and council, the decision is at this point, council's decision to make. Staff has presented why we feel like the frontage should be completed, and that is based on just some history with other parcels through the city, that the commercial has been acquired out on the frontage and it hasn't been improved, it's been weeds, it becomes a code enforcement issue, and it's not aesthetically, enticing to have developers come in and actually construct businesses there. And so we have vacant properties that remain that way for long periods of time. The infrastructure costs and the improvements are pretty significant for small businesses.
And what about the pathway?
I think the pathway should be completed.
So question, one of you, I'm sorry, kind of got muddy, but one of you was talking about the infrastructure cost. So was it the infrastructure cost or the timeline that was the issue?
Both are an issue, meaning that, for us to pioneer, to bring it all the way through Walgreens, the sewer, as far as and I'm sorry, I meant to make that point, the sewer for the residential, we would actually need a pump station to get to that sewer up there. The sewer actually, the grade, so right where you can see where it's been, farmed and so forth, that all feeds down to the south end, if that makes sense. And the commercial is the property that's going to be the trunk line.
If the infrastructure cost is an issue, then who pays for it if the developer doesn't?
We would be paying the infrastructure costs,
Okay.
but we wanna pay also, go ahead.
Sorry to tag team this, but, can you pull the, sorry, Mr. McDonald, pull it down just a little bit. So just to show you where the end of the sewer is. So, it's a development pays for its frontage, so to and through, the entire property. So we're gonna take it all the way to the west, but it's not to us yet. So to go off-site and bring it to us is close to $1 million. And that is something that development will be doing when they develop, and it's very unlikely that, commercial's gonna skip that piece. But to answer what Ms. Ruth says, is that right now, nothing can build on these properties for commercial until the plat is complete, because the utility infrastructure hasn't, been distributed to those lots. We have 8 lots in there. So if somebody comes and wants to carve out a 1 acre, we have to do the plat for that. And we're saying that we'll do all of the frontage improvements with the first commercial, final plat. Because we can split that up into smaller ones as well, but we'll need to do that with the first commercial plat for that phase.
So I'll just maybe clarify on that. So you're stating that with the because if I remember right, the code says residential, you have to do a minimum of 20 lots, if I'm not mistaken. Commercial phase has to be at least 2 lots, I believe. So what you're saying that in the commercial, there's how many, was it 8 lots total?
It's 9 lots total, but 8 building lots.
So technically, I guess you could split it into 4 phases if you wanted to, but you're saying with the first commercial phase, the full frontages will be done regardless on the front, is that more or less correct?
Yeah, and Mayor, like I said, we would likely be the owner and the developer of that. We have the financial capacity to do so. Never does any business come and buy a pad and then have to pull the sewer. They only buy finished pads and stuff, utilities and so forth. We're just simply asking not to do frontage improvements which require PI, which require maintenance and everything else. Where we have a farmer that lives in the house, wants to still maintain the house that's there, he's maintained the property since he's lived there, since we've owned the property. We would simply be developing the south, developing the road and the access to the residential side, and letting him kind of maintain that as part of our arrangement with him, and then develop the commercial all at once. We wouldn't develop it in phases, it wouldn't be economical. We would simply come and develop the entire commercial. But we would want to have the developer to the east, the landowner to the east, participate, or, we wait until he develops. But just right now, it is green, and just having higher use commercial spaces that we own, I just know that it's gonna be difficult right now, like today, if we'll put a sign out, even if it was all done and pretty out in front, it's gonna be difficult to get a space there just right now. We're simply complying with the city's comprehensive plan and submitting our plan directly as the city has requested, if that makes sense.
Any other questions from council, for Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson. What's that?
I don't have any from Mr. Thompson.
Very good, any other questions? Okay, is there a motion to close the public testimony? Thank you very much. So move. Is there a second?
I second.
So we have a motion by Councilor Stoddard and a second by Councilor Register to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So is there any questions for staff at this time from the council?
I do have a question for Ms. Ruth. It's your night tonight. I like the subdivision. The holdup seems to be this path. The direction of this path and where this path is routed, who made that decision? What I'm asking is there alternate routes that would satisfy, because I am a fan of the pathway system, I think it's important. But is there alternate routes that would get both accomplished that you're aware of, or is this path something, I was wondering if it go down U-6 to 10th and just straight out 10th? Or, that's my question, is there alternate ways that we can make this work?
The council, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Aldis, the short answer to that will be yes. There's always an alternate path. The intent of the bike and pathways is to get the pedestrians off of the main arterial roadways, right? So we wouldn't want them to have a pathway down 10th. We're gonna have sidewalks there, because that's gonna be a travel, location anyway. The, city's code requires that every development have connecting pathways, a major pathway connecting adjacent developments, right? Right now, we don't necessarily have an adjacent development that has a pathway connection connecting it. So are there alternative path, solutions? There are, and Mr. Thompson, as you pointed out, that there's an approximate 6-acre piece, and he's proposing to do 1/3 of the pathway, and then, proposing that the 6-acre piece do the rest of the pathway. Well, that may not be quite commensurate. Is it possible? Is it realistic to cross the canal and require the development to the southwest there to complete a segment or a portion of the pathway? Absolutely, it is.
Yeah, and that's what I'm wondering, is
So,
if we build it you know, what's the optimistic view of how long it'll take to keep it going, you know? Because that's the primary thing, like you said, get all the way to Parker.
There's a lot of development applications in that.
Yeah.
But, you know, so, and even as Mr. Thompson indicated, he's got several, projects in the works. This area, the city is, looking very promising to developers as they look for open ground to develop. I'm not opposed to what the council decides. I think it's important that we don't allow for these pathways not to be built, because then we end up with the next developer down the line, well, they didn't build a pathway, so then why should I build a pathway anyway? And pretty soon, we don't have any pathway connections west of 10th. And so then we have Newberry Sub, who, with their pathway in, that then built pathway for what? So it's not that I want to be hard-headed about this or be discriminating about it. We've been pushing really hard for all new development to provide these pathways. In some cases, we haven't been able to provide that pathway connection directly, and we've required them or requested that the developer, build detached sidewalks to, you know, reattach to where the pathways can then be off-road again. But, in this case, it's a prime opportunity to ensure that we make the pathway connection, for future. It doesn't right now go anywhere. And maybe going clear down there to that southeast corner isn't the absolute correct answer. But, saying that it should just change sides and be the other developer's responsibility is not what the code says.
Thank you. Very good. Any other questions from council for staff? Okay, so we have closed the public testimony portion of the hearing, so now, we'll turn it over to you for any discussion, any questions among yourselves, and any motions in regards to this item.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman McGee.
I'm a little bit perplexed on this one because I know it's been our philosophy for a long time to continue these pathways. And, you know, this is a super development. I'm excited about it coming to our community, but I'm also, I don't know, usually I'm able to kind of maneuver through this and try to figure out what the best, using the pun, what the best path forward is, and I'm still a little bit perplexed as to what that is. I don't know, I'm putting that out there. I know we're gonna have to make a motion here pretty quickly, and I'm sitting here, I still don't know what that motion's gonna look like, because I don't know what the best solution is on this pathway, so I'm just letting you know, Mr. Mayor, I haven't figured this one out yet.
Very good. I appreciate the discussion. Other discussion amongst council members?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Shaw.
maybe an alternative is, as long as it's written in the contract, that the pathway goes up to the new subdivision there, and then when you finish the new subdivision along the canal there, and on the other side, of Cumberland there, that the path has to be completed. You talked about upfront revenue that you need, or costs. Would that help you out any?
So public testimony has been closed, so I apologize on that,
No.
so.
Just thought.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Stodic, would you explain that to me a little better, what you're thinking?
Well, I think they're willing to put the pathway up to, from where the commercial, meets the, residential.
Right.
And then what I'm saying is, what if they do stop there, and then once the residential is completed, then they complete the path, if they're talking about upfront revenue that they don't have right now, or the cost of doing the other stuff, so.
As long as the pathway is
completed.
Right.
All the way.
Absolutely, yeah. But it won't be required until after the residential is,
Additional revenue.
yeah, when the revenue comes in.
Okay, and now I understand.
Okay, as long as it's written in the contract.
Where is it going to be there?
Right along that canal there. Yeah. Am I understanding that right, Mr. Mayor?
I think so, if I'm understanding, it'd almost be like a flip-flop, is that correct? Like the first portion of it would be built, or maybe, I'll do it up here, so the audience can see. So you're saying this is gonna develop first, this is gonna develop second, so your thought is the path develops here first, and then there second? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Other discussion, thoughts? We need a council
Can
member?
I get some clarification on the
Yeah.
whole pathway thing? Is it, like, it's just a pathway, right? Like,
Ms. Root, can I defer to you
are
on
there
that? With
things that, I mean, I'm
landscaping,
trying to
things like
figure
that?
out where all the cost is coming in and why it's so hard to figure out the pathway.
So the code, the city code defines a major pathway. It is 8 foot of concrete or asphalt, with 5 foot of landscaping on each side. So, frequently, the landscaping, depending upon whether it's in the irrigation movement or not, can be different, but, the pathway itself, is intended to be an 8 foot wide, typically they're asphalt pathways.
And they're important in the plan to connect, because that's eventually they should all connect.
Yeah, and so in your staff report, there was an exhibit from Valley Regional Transit that, indicates that, that they encouraged us to continue to, develop these pathways off-road. So,
Very good. Answer your question? Okay. Any other questions or comments or discussion from council?
Mr. Mayor,
Okay, Councilman Alden.
I think I'll make a motion and we'll see where we go from here. All right. So, based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law, the mayor and council hereby order, this is both for the annexation and the preliminary plat.
That is correct, yes.
I hereby order that case number ANN 21-000004, a request to annex 38 acres more or less, this would be R32583, inclusive of 15.8 acres of C2 community commercial, and 22.2 acres of R1 low density residential, and case number SUB 21-P-01, a preliminary plat for Soterra subdivision consisting of 60 residential lots and 8 commercial retail lots located at 205 West Ustick Road, Caldwell, Idaho, be approved with the conditions listed in section 10. And then the additional conditions, just so, and I want to make these clear, is the pathway is required. However, the frontage approval will be based as described by the applicant, when the first commercial phase starts is when the frontage will be approved on usage. Is that correct?
To me, it is. So the motion is to approve with the conditions listed in the staff report, additional condition of the pathway as described by staff to be constructed along the entire length of their property from Ustick Road down to its terminus, and then the frontage improvements would be done as part of the first commercial phase.
That's correct.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion from Councilman Allgood and a second from Councilman McGee to approve the request with the conditions and the evidence list, including CC 1000. Is that, okay, very good. So the amended motion, is that good with the seconder? Okay, very good. Thank you, Ms. Geyer, for that. Again, the motion is to approve with the conditions as outlined in staff report, along with those 2 additional conditions as listed. Is there any discussion, on the motion? Any questions on the motion? Okay, with that, Madam Mayor, if you'd please call the roll.
Alden,
Yes.
Dottie,
Yes.
Register.
Yes.
McGee.
Yeah.
Jody.
Okay, motion passes with 5 in favor and none opposed, so it is approved with the conditions as was stated. Is there a motion to close this public testimony, or public hearing? So moved. Second? The motion from, Councilman Stoddard and a second from Councilman McGee to close this public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. That moves us on to action item.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could we excuse the, folks, that might speak to the consent items and table that till next meeting?
Very good. So, yes, so the thought was with the lateness of the hour, the possibility of, tabling some of those items to the next meeting. And I don't know if we want to see if they want to wait around for another, the next few items should be pretty quick. If there's any we want to try to get done tonight.
These are the ones that we moved, we can do them.
Yeah, since Mr. Donahue has been here, if he wants to stay a few more minutes, it's up to you all, if you want to continue those or.
I think we should continue with what we had, and then once we move, table it next week. Oh, okay. Then,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, yes, that's up, do you want to, because like I said, the next 2 items should go fairly quick, it's just the bills, and then see if they want to just stick it out.
I just want to give that option, I don't, it's up to you. Okay.
I got a thumbs up, just like,
So we got,
okay,
okay.
very good. So, but I appreciate that motion, or that gesture, Mr. Stoddard, very much. So that moves us on to action item number 5, as is to consider bill number 14, ordinance number 3334, for case number ANN 21-04, for the request to waive the rules, pass on the first reading, and approve the summary for publication.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Alden.
I move that we waive the rules and consider bill number 14, ordinance number 3334 on its first reading by title only. Yeah.
Oh, right here, okay. I need to read all this? Okay, very good. So here's the title only, somewhat long, but that's all right. It says bill number 14, ordinance number 3334, an ordinance determining that certain land lays contiguous to the city limits of the city of Caldwell, county of Canyon, state of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed to the city of Caldwell, Idaho, as part of the C2 community commercial and R1 low density residential zone. Declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the city of Caldwell, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Caldwell, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the clerk of the city of Caldwell to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215. So we have a motion to approve, motion actually to waive the 3 reading process and to approve bill number 14, ordinance number 3334 on its first reading by title only. There a second. So we have a motion from Councilman Malgood, a second from Councilman McGee. Do we recall roll call on that? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Alden,
Yes.
Dottie.
Yes.
McGee.
Yes.
Jody.
Yes.
Register.
Yes.
Motion passes with all in favor and none against.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Malgood.
I'll sponsor bill number 14, ordinance number 3334, and move for its passage and approve the summary for publication.
Do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilman Allgood, a second by Councilman Stoddard, to approve bill number 14, ordinance number 3334 on its first reading, and approve the summary for publication. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alden,
Yes.
Jody.
Yes.
Register.
Yes.
McGee.
Yes.
Dottie.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Do we have a motion to close this public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, never mind, sorry, I guess we don't have to do that. Trying to be efficient, that was not. Okay, then that ends action item number 5 and puts us to action item number 6. Consider bill number 3, ordinance number 3397, providing for the method of the appointment of future members of the Caldwell Urban Renewal Board of Commissioners pursuant to Idaho Code 50-2006, And I'm guessing, Debbie, are you going to make this quick presentation for us? Oh, sorry, Mr. Waterman's gonna make this quick presentation for us.
Well, just here, Debbie, if you wanna come down. Good to see everybody. So, urban renewal used to be conducted by city council. The legislature said it has to be conducted by an urban renewal commission, which can only be, I think, half council. And the commission has to be appointed, the renewal board has to be appointed by ordinance. So, what has been done in the past is, there was a process set up for mayoral nomination, council approval for urban renewal commission members. That process was adopted by ordinance. At the, request of the mayor, a urban renewal commission has been increased by 1 member, and the number of council seats has been reduced from 3 to 2. So that's what this does. It doesn't appoint anybody, in particular. It just creates the structure so that when a mayoral nomination comes, you'll know what the number is and the structure is for future appointments.
Very good, thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Waterman? Okay, very good, thank you very much. Appreciate the concise report. Okay, so we need to waive the 3 readings on this also, correct? Okay, so bill number 3, ordinance number 3397, for the record, titled states an ordinance enacted by the Caldwell City Council providing for the method of the appointment of future members of the Board of Commissioners of the Caldwell Urban Renewal Agency will be appointed to fill vacancies on the board in accordance with Idaho Code 50-2006, providing an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith. And now we need a motion to waive the 3 readings, is that correct? Okay, so is there a motion to waive the 3 reading process and approve the bill and ordinance by title only?
Can we have some discussion before we get there?
Yes, for sure.
The Canyon County representative, is it going to be a commissioner or a Canyon County personnel person? Do you have any idea? Do we have language that says that?
So it is up to them, is my understanding. I know that they do have a name proposed of Mr. Steve Foltz. I believe is the one that they're considering, but I believe, and Mr. Waterman can jump in, but it can be one of the commissioners, or it can be, I think, really anybody who they choose to appoint as if they have to vote on it, it has to be a 2-3 or 3-3 vote, but they have voted and put in Steve Foltz as their pick.
Yeah, so Mayor and Council, I apologize, that's change 3 of the 3 changes. I got 2 of them and missed that one. So one of the seats is stated now in the ordinance as a Canyon County designee. It'll have to sort of work on an ongoing basis. The council cannot appoint a designee. Council appoints a person to fill a term. And so the county will sort of have to work that out with whoever their appointee is, getting some sort of guarantee the person will step down when their sort of appointment by the county commission expires. So from the council's perspective, they will get a name from the county, and you can just appoint that person for a term. At this point, my understanding is also that that person is Mr. Steve Foltz. And there's no reason to think that he wouldn't stay in good graces with the commissioners for whatever term he's appointed to for the Urban Renewal Commission, but anyway, that's how that would work. So yes, there'd be a county appointee, you'd get a name, you'd appoint them for a term, and then the county would need to work out having them step down when the county no longer wish them to be the appointee.
Questions?
Question.
Yes.
So the person who steps down, that can either be a current commissioner on the Urban Renewal Board or a councilman, what's your?
So mayor and council, the number of seats has been increased by 1, so there's going to be 7 instead of 6.
Okay.
I believe, and then that is the idea of that being that the county appointee will not displace anyone on the current commission. What I was talking about with stepping down is the appointment by the city council of the members of that commission. You appoint a person, an individual, for a term of years. You don't appoint sort of a rolling position where it's just, we appoint whoever the county sends us on a day-to-day basis.
No, it's a person for a term of years. So when the county is ready for that person that they sent you to step down, the county will need to work that out with their appointee. And then they'll send you a new name, there'll be a vacancy for that person to step down, and you will appoint that new person.
The only, Mr. Mayor, the only reservation I'd have on that is, to me, it's a little bit loose, if they can appoint anybody they want, if he's not a county commissioner, he or she or whatever, I'd have a problem with that. Nothing against Steve Olds, but in the future, a lot could happen, so,
Okay, no,
my input.
duly noted. Any other discussion or comment?
I just had a follow-up. And so, as we fill, because we're removing a council member and adding another public at large, does that work where the mayor brings that name forward, like anything else, or how does that, there's a selection process, is that the way that works, or?
So, Mayor and Council, the appointment process is, let me scroll down, Rob, sorry. Yeah, we're working something now. Scroll up, just the very bottom, there you go, that one, okay. So, the appointment process is, a nomination by the mayor, the advice and consent of council. So, the same as for any other board or commission, essentially, I shouldn't say any other board or commission, I would have to go through and see if that was true for every other board or commission. But for certain other boards and commissions, it's a mayor nomination, advice and consent of council. And so, so two things, the process is whatever the mayor determines, the process should be for coming up with a nomination with the background noise of knowing that he needs the consent of council. So it would be that same process. And then in terms of being obliged, I guess it's like to appoint somebody, whoever the county says, it still has to be at least eligible. They couldn't say, we would like you to appoint, Mayor McLean of Boise to the Colorado Urban Renewal. She's not eligible. So anyway, there is a limitation in that sense, but you are correct, it doesn't have to be one of the commissioners.
Very good. Any other questions or discussion? Okay, do we have, so we've read the bill and ordinance by title only. Do we have a motion to waive the three reading process?
I move to waive the three reading process.
And approve the bill and ordinance
And approve
on
the
its
bill and
first
ordinance on its
reading
first
by title only,
by title only.
I think. Did I get it right? I hate to tell her I'm good, but I guess I did get it right. So, we're good. So we have a motion by Counselor Register and a second by Counselor Allgood to approve, or to waive the three reading process and approve the bill and ordinance by title only on its first reading. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Register,
Yes.
Jody,
Yes.
Allgood,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Dottie.
No,
Good, so motion passes 4-1. Is there a motion to approve the resolution, or approve the bill and ordinance? Or to sponsor the bill and ordinance?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Allgood.
I'll sponsor bill number 3, ordinance number 3397, and move for its passage, and there is not a summary for publication.
Very good, thank you very much. So we have a motion, is there a second? Second. So a motion by Councilman Allgood and a second by Councilor McGee to approve bill number 3, ordinance number 3397 on its first reading by title only. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Allgood,
Yes.
Dottie,
no,
Register,
Yes.
Jody,
Yes.
McGee.
Very good. Motion passes 4-1. That concludes action item number 6. And now, I guess maybe kind of see us through some of these and see how far we get before we all fall asleep. So we'll just jump in. So I know 12 was the first one that we had pushed down. So this is approved resolution authorizing the execution of the MOU with TBCC, January 1st this year to January 1st of next year. Madam Clerk, did you say that you were going to?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, yeah, okay, Mr. Donahue.
Thrown under the bus.
There you go. How about under a fire truck with a ladder attached?
How about under a ladder truck?
There we go.
Mayor, Councilman, the reason that we brought this forward to you is, I'll just give you a little bit of history, very short history. 1967, built fire station number 1. When I came on board in 2009, we did not have a training room, we did not have a training facility. We leased from Dr. Shanahan across the street, which is the old Caldwell City Hall. As things started to degrade in the city, as far as finances, planning and zoning came to us and said that, well, we kind of just worked an agreement that we would go over in the building department over there and use one of the rooms for training, so we didn't have to spend money for a training room because we were leasing that at about $1,500 a month. Recently, Mr. Mapp, about a year ago, Mr. Mapp came to us and said, hey, we need that room back, and we understand that they're, you know, blowing out at the seams over there. So, he got the idea to go over in TVCC and take the old bookstore, which they had abandoned, and we'd use that as our training room. And then I talked with, the city clerk and Mr. Hilty, and they decided that we probably needed to have a resolution. So we put this on paper, and it wasn't just a handshake. And that's where we're at with number 4.
Perfect, thank you very much. Any questions from council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor.
so is there any cost involved for us then at all?
There was not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, perfect, very good. Any other questions?
No, but I will, thank you, Mr. Mayor, I will state, simply because I have lunch there, right adjacent to it all the time, it is well used.
It is.
That's good to know, that's good to know, thank you very much. Okay, any other questions? Very good. Do we need to make a motion to close public testimony on this item? So I think it's just.
Mr. Mayor, no public testimony, it's just a regular action item, just be the motion to approve.
Okay, is there a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
So we got a motion by Councilor Stoddard and a second by Councilor McGee to approve this resolution regarding the MOU for TVCC. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Dottie?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
Register?
Yes.
Doty?
Yes.
Alden?
Yes. Motion passes. It moves us on to 6B, which will be from the consent calendar number 14. Approve resolution amending the management agreement between City of Caldwell and Destination Caldwell to include waivers for special events and right-of-way permits relative to Indian Creek Plaza events. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and council, I did not submit this item, but I think I know enough about it just to tell you, just to speak to it. Any event that closes off a road or overlaps into parks or roadways, needs a permit, and typically it's a right-of-way permit for the closure. Last year, we put this document together in coordination with Destination Caldwell, to give them a waiver on right-of-way permits and the fees associated therewith, for the large events they do that are generally city-sponsored, and that would include events like, Indian Creek Festival and some of those large events. And so for those events where 7th Avenue and Arthur Street, are closed down, there would not be a fee associated with that right-of-way permit. Events that Destination Caldwell does that are not city-sponsored or that the city is not involved in, like, they do other events like Cinco de Mayo and many other events throughout the year that the city is not involved in, those all still have applicable fees and they pay the right-of-way permits and all that. We feel like that this is a good partnership and we want to promote these large city events and try to bring as much people down as we can, and so we were trying to streamline the process, and that is what brings this document forward.
So this would be like 4th of July events like that there?
Yeah, Winter Wonderland, all those large events that close Arthur and 7th.
Perfect, okay. Any questions from the council? Very good, okay. Do we have a motion then to approve, what was that?
Yeah, we'll let Sabrina clarify.
We were negotiating. Yeah, so we started this last year, we applied to just waive them all, and part of what we did is the idea of where Indian Creek Plaza is gonna be extended, so down Arthur Street where the city has a project, then part of the way up 7th, is we went ahead and had specialty construction do 2 track control, plans that we can just do depending on which parts we're closing. So it requires very minimal continued review from the department or continued review from special events. So it's really to start programming, and we'll continue and increase programming down that section of Arthur, which will be the plaza extension, and up to 7th on a more regular basis. So the only correction is any of those signature events. So this year, there's actually planned about 15 that maybe we're taking off the traditional plaza. Since we want to extend out that energy through more of downtown, those are the ones that we wouldn't do an additional fee or required to, because we already have the people. We just know exactly which roads we're gonna close and how to implement it. So just wanted to make that minor clarification if there was any questions.
Any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make sure everybody was paying their fair share, is all, so.
Yeah, and I think it was in late 2020, right before I started, that the right-of-way permit fees increased. So it's kind of always been the process of special use permits that we get in the paperwork. Because that permit fee increased, one of the suggestions of Public Works is, we know what we're gonna close, let's just get the traffic control permit up front. I think that if there were a lot of like hard costs at city time, it would be worth having a conversation of, you know, should there be something paid? But we've really streamlined the process, and we feel like it's a good partnership to get more of these events spread out to more of downtown and not stay just on the traditional plaza, since we're not that far away from having that extended, and using more of that space. So I appreciate the chance to clarify.
Okay, any other questions? Very good. Okay, is there a motion for approval of this resolution?
Second.
Very good, we have a motion by Councilor McGee and a second by Councilor Stoddard for approval of this resolution, which is item 6B, originally under consent calendar, item number 14. Do we do this by voice, Bill? That part? I guess that's, okay, we'll do a roll call.
McGee?
Yes.
Dottie?
Yes.
Register? Yes. Jody?
Yes.
Albright?
Yes.
Your motion passes 5 in favor and none against. That moves us to 6C, should be from the original consent calendar, item number 25. Approved resolution authorizing the purchase of personal protective equipment for structural firefighting in the amount of $42,474.04 for use by the Caldwell Fire Department. Mr. Donahue.
Mayor, council, we currently have, approximately 102 sets of turnout gear for our 45 firefighters and all of our other staff. Right now, each firefighter is issued 2 sets of turnout gear. Part of that is due to the cleaning requirements after a fire, and we can't, get it dried out fast enough. We have back-to-back fires. There's also an NFPA regulation that states, every piece of turnout gear, and when I say turnout gear, I mean a jacket and a pant, and helmets and the gloves and the boots. All of those are on a 10-year duty cycle, and after 10 years, they need to be retired and put away. We're lucky if we get 4 years out of our turnout gear because we're so busy. So we're replacing 100 and some odd sets of gear over usually an 8-year period because we have 2 sets. So typically we get a new set come in, that would be their primary gear, they wear it most of the time. When they get that dirty, it goes into the wash and into the drying cycle. They take their secondary gear out, put it on the engine and get into that. So we certainly do enough with our gear.
Very good.
And each set of gear costs $3,033 right now is the bid. It's set to go up 14% here next week.
Sounds like my wife's wardrobe. Expensive stuff. So is there any questions from the council for Mr. Donahue?
Mr. Mayor, I was just curious about the cycling of the equipment, is what, how long you kept it, just like we do police cars or anything else.
We're finding a lot of wear and tear.
Yeah.
The gear is, typically a lot of people get 10 years out of their gear, and it won't look bad. Ours looks bad after about 2 years, but it's still usable.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Excellent. Any other questions? Okay, do you have a motion for approval of this resolution?
So moved.
A second? Second. We have a motion from Councilor Stoddard and a second from Councilor McGee for approval of this resolution. Again, it was, it's item 6C under new business, was originally item number 27 under the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Dottie?
Yes.
Albright?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
Register?
Yes.
Jody?
Yes.
Very good, thank you very much. And it was item actually number 25. I think I said 27.
That's why it's called
So, trying to get ahead of myself, so 25 on the consent calendar originally. So that motion passes. That moves us to item 27, 6D on the new business. Again, originally item number 27 on the consent calendar. And this is one where I think some discussion will be good. This might be one that we will continue
I
to the
think
next.
we should continue it and have the HR manager here as well, please.
So, but I think some discussion could be good though to see which direction. This is in regards to the nepotism policy, was changed a few years ago to go, I think, to what degree of people that you can hire and not hire.
Right, so the reason I wanted to ask about it is I was confused. Originally it said per degree, right, which is a lot of degrees. And then you have second degree, which is gonna be nieces, nephews, cousins, stuff like that. I don't understand why that's there, I guess. Or why we're limiting our employee pool to people who aren't related to people in the city.
And one question, and we'll do some of that research, and especially the degrees, because I thought third degree included nieces and nephews, but second didn't.
Well, according to the state code, if you read the codes that are listed into it, because apparently you can't be related as a mayor or city council of the second degree, it lists it out as aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews. So first degree, I'm guessing your brother, sister, parents, children, that kind of thing, and I'm just confused. It also says here in our policy that if people get married, and there could be some kind of,
This only applies to city council and elected officials, right?
well, that was my other question, because that was the other thing that I wanted to clarify. What I'm reading is that it's saying this is our nepotism policy for all city employees, but if you're a mayor or city council, there's a different requirement with the second thing. But this is the actual nepotism policy for city employees. So, like, if two people got married who worked for, well, I see here where it talks about supervisor capacities, but it does say that, there could be problems or situations where one of the employees has to actually quit.
I agree with you. We need to schedule this when HR
Yeah.
can explain. But, Mr. Mayor, I'd like you to, if you would schedule it to a hearing, a meeting that you will be at, that would be appreciated.
We can do that. So I think questions that we want answered at that time are, what is second degree and third degree, what does that all include? Because it sounds like maybe there's some different thoughts on that. And then also, if there's any state code, so this would be for Mr. Waterman, I don't know if there's state code that says that if you're a city councilor or mayor, you don't have to answer it.
The state code is in there, that if you're elected a city councilor or mayor, that you cannot employ somebody who's, less than the second degree, I guess, or so. Because I read the code, but I wanna make sure that we're not telling our other, just our city employees that their family can't work for the city because, so what brought this up for me was I did know of an employee who, cousin or niece or somebody in that degree applied for a job and was told that they weren't gonna look at their application because of the nepotism policy, which seems silly to me that we're gonna turn away somebody who could potentially be a really good employee because they're related to somebody else. I understand the supervisory aspect of it, we deal with that in law enforcement all the time, where we just don't let somebody supervise the other one, but people shouldn't have to quit or transfer or whatever, and that's what this looks like.
So maybe a question is, would you prefer this to come back as part of a workshop, kind of discuss it at that time and try to hone down to where you wanna go?
I think so, for
Okay.
sure, because it looks pretty complicated.
Okay, and I think we have a workshop scheduled for March 7th, is that correct? Mr. Waterman and Mrs. Geyer?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
no longer Councilman Wagner. Mr. Mayor, your city clerk's gonna have a better sense of when all the workshops are. I know there's at least one already used up in March, and so.
So we just add it to one of those?
Mr. Mayor, my guess is that so there's a central baseline, and most of your nepotism policy is gonna be informed by policy decisions, conversations with HR about what kind of things arise. Okay, we've got, cousins who are working, but one's up for promotion, but they get promoted when they buy it, so what do we do here? Anyway, that conversation is going to take a while. It's not gonna be something where, my guess is, I can provide information on what the code says, next conversation is not gonna be, you can't just draw a line from what the code says, which I think we're sort of in the gray area where all these issues are necessary, that's how I would think for a while.
Okay. And we can decide that any time with the workshop, correct, then we need to table this to a date certain. So basically, we just need to withdraw this item.
Mr. Mayor, you can just simply take no action.
Okay.
There's no notice of this, other than the agenda wasn't a hearing, no notice to preserve in terms of a newspaper publication or anything like that. So council can simply let it pass along and staff will get it back on the calendar.
Is that in agreement with council? Just let it go. Okay, then we'll just bring it up again another time. Okay, so that would move us on to, let's see, I think the last one, 41, which was, relabeled as 6E under new business, originally item number 41 under consent calendar. Approved resolution authorizing the execution of a supplemental agreement for the design continuation of the Plymouth Street Bridge, authorizing the city of Caldwell to contribute $23,473 of cost share for purpose of design efforts. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to note, item number 21 was also pulled off, and I could speak to that tonight. I was taking notes while that happened, and that's very quick and brief, and so if the council would like, I could speak to that after this. That was the police station.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Item number 41, the city has been working for several years with Canyon Highway District 4, who is the sponsor. The city is the co-sponsor of the Plymouth Street Bridge, which is a new bridge that would span over the Boise River near the old steel bridge that's there now. The steel bridge, as you know, is very old. Has a weight capacity limit of 3 tons, I believe, and can only handle 1 lane of traffic at a time. This project is a federally funded project, which means that the majority of the funding is coming from the federal government. The city is paying a cost share, and the Canyon Highway District 4 is paying a cost share. The reason we're sharing the project is because the city limits are on one side, Canyon Highway District is on the other side, but they are the lead sponsor. This project started design several years ago, about 3 years ago, or possibly 4. They were going through the environmental process, and they ran into some environmental issues with regards to Native American artifacts that were found. And so there was a long period of time where the applicant or the sponsor had to work with the Native American tribes to try to get approval to move forward, and that took several years. And then just recently, they got through that hurdle, and then we, as part of the process, because of the delays and the inflation and everything that went along with that, there was a request by the consultant to adjust what the payment was to them so that they could complete the project, and because they're long overdue and all those things happen. So this, they submitted all their information to LTAC, which is the local highway technical advisory council that manages these projects, and LTAC scrutinized everything. Canyon Highway District 4 was involved, and the city of Caldwell was involved in looking at those numbers. And it was I was at the meeting, it was very long and tedious, and we pushed the number down as much as we could that we felt like was justified, and then finally we had consensus on where we landed. If you look at page 3, you can see the email there that kind of summarizes what the issues were. The supplemental agreement number 2 is for $743,000, and that covers the inflation since 2017. The additional design work related to structures, walls. There were some things that had to change because Riverside Irrigation, kind of halfway through the project, changed their mind on how they wanted their irrigation facilities piped. And those are very large facilities over in that area. And so what it comes down to is there's an amount that the federal government's covering as part of the federal aid, and then there's a local share that's split between the 2 agencies, and so it comes out, the city of Caldwell and Highway District are at $23,000 apiece. There's a lot more that's going on there, and I'm happy to answer any questions that I'm able to field. I know that this project is a big project. The average cost, the estimated cost of the total project is probably $20 million, and so it's as I mentioned, it's a federally funded project to get through design, and then the funding for the construction is uncertain at this time because of the increase. The original estimate that was provided 5 years ago was $12 million, but because of where the market's at now, the costs have just skyrocketed. So if we approve this, I know the Highway District has already approved this amount so that at least we can continue on design. But this is before City Council now to approve or deny. I don't know if this is denied, and I'm not saying that, you know, council can do whatever council decides to do on this. I don't know how that impacts the project. It will certainly have a negative impact somehow, and I don't know where that leads. But anyway.
Again, thank you, Mr. McDonald. Any questions for Rob?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. McDonald, I was just curious what the percentage of our share was. Is it like 10%, 20%, or?
The cost share is 7.34, and I believe that is split. At 7.34, the local share is 46, yeah, so we pay half of 7.34%.
Okay.
Any other questions? Very good. Is there a motion in regards to this resolution? Again, it's item 6E, originally item number 41 under the consent calendar, resolution for approval of the supplemental agreement, for the Plymouth Street Bridge.
So moved.
So we have a motion by Councilman Stoddard and a second by Councilman Doty for approval of this resolution. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Dottie?
Yes.
Alden?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
Register?
Yes.
Doty?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. You're on a roll, Rob. Got one more.
Okay, this one will be, quick and easy. The police department last year built a shooting house out by their shooting range, which is a replica of a structure that they can go in and I believe actively shoot, their firearms. This structure was built out of wood, and, they have noticed over the last year or two, whenever it was built, that, the rain is causing a lot of damage to the structure. It doesn't have a roof, it's just walls, that are heavily, reinforced, and you probably know more about this. And so the issue is the weather and the rain and the snow, everything's damaging the structure that they built, that they need for their training. And so what they're looking to do here is purchase a canopy that basically spans over the entire thing to protect it from the elements. And they've shopped around, the police department, two officers came and met with the public works director and myself and kind of showed what their options were. And this was the most affordable option. And we felt like if it's the intent to preserve this structure so that the police can continue to use it for several years, then this is probably a necessary step.
Any questions for Mr. McDonald?
Mr. Mayor, and maybe Mr. Auger can answer this. Is this a mandatory training item that they have to have, or is it just?
Not for the general officer, the SWAT team uses it heavily.
Okay.
And I'm sure the general officers use it as well, but it was designed and built by the SWAT team. There are several members that are fairly, handy with saws and hammers.
Mm-hmm.
And, they did it at a very, very low cost, because it was all their own manpower. But as Mr. McDonald said, it's open on top, and it has a cement floor, so the water just rains and pools.
I see, yeah. So we're gonna put that out for bid or something, or this is the bid that you have already?
Bids in there.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine, Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions? Okay, do we have a motion for approval of this resolution? We have a motion and a second. So motion by Councilman Doty, a second by Councilman Stoddard. He beat you just barely, so gotta give it to him. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Doty?
Yes.
Register?
Yes.
Alden?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
Dottie?
Yes.
Very good, the motion passes, and that, I think, concludes it all in that regard. Let me get to my right page here. So, that moves us to action item number 7, consider acceptance of the finance report. Sure, who's doing that tonight? 1, 2, 3, not it?
I'll say, what do you want me to say?
Hold on, just a minute, I'll give it.
Okay.
Who can read the fastest?
Finance committee motion. The finance committee has reviewed current accounts payable in the amount of, looks like $3,627,120.76 for the period ending February 2nd, 2022, and net payroll of $515,108.55 for pay period ending January 15th, 2022. I move that accounts payable in the amount of $3,627,120.76, represented by check numbers 159,306 through 159,801, and payroll for the amount of $515,108.55, represented by checks number 36932 through 37039, and direct deposits be accepted, payments approved, and vouchers filed in the office of the city clerk.
Very good. So we have a motion, is there a second? Second. We have a motion by Councilman Doty, second by Councilman Allgood to accept the finance report as read. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. That moves us to council reports. Counselor Brewster, we'll start with you.
So I did go to the committee meeting for the pathways meeting. And just interestingly, they're gonna come talk to us about making a tunnel under Carter Road eventually.
Under? Parts of the road, I think we talked about that.
They're working on it.
The objective is to get ITV to build the tunnel.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So we're gonna build the pathway up to it, and then ITV is gonna build under it.
Very good.
Which is
I like
pretty
that. Let's have ITV do it.
Sorry.
Very good. Anything else?
I did get to ride with police and fire, since our last meeting, and kinda hung out with them, and, I mean, I kinda know what they do, but, they would love to see you guys, if, you know, you have time, stop by, say hi, things like that.
Very good. Did you get to shoot a gun?
No, they took those away from you in Princess Peak.
Probably a good idea. So, very good. Excellent. Counselor Stoddard.
Yes, attended the Caldwell Veterans Memorial Hall meetings. This is really surprising, but they serve, on average, about 1,000 vets a month now, which is a substantial increase from when we first started, and you too, probably, Mr. Alford. Yeah, so there's a lot of need there. And, the other thing is on the, I was hoping Mr. Orr would be here, so maybe Rob can help out. The west parking lot needs more access for, disability folks to access the elevator. And he would like to have, Harold would like to have, Brenda contact him. And I can sure email that if you want me to.
Yeah, Brett and I both worked with Terry, pretty closely, and so
Okay.
either one of us can reach out to him.
Okay, he would like to have somebody come over and take a look at it, so we can get that corrected, because as the city owns that building and the property, so we're still responsible for that, yeah.
Okay, I'll make a note of that.
Okay, great, thanks. And, the other item I had is, the board would like to see the police department, fire, and even the city cooperate more with the, veterans group relative. If they have a call out and it's a veteran that needs some help, they would like to have them call one of the veterans groups and have them come out and service the veteran, you know, like, if there's a problem mentally, if you threaten somebody, or if there's a dog barking, or whatever, they would like to have a little bit more coordination between, the vets and the police department and fire department when there's a problem, so. I just thought I'd pass that, and I'll let Chief, Wyatt know that too, I'll send him an email, so. That's all I have.
Very good. Thank you very much. Counselor Doty.
Well, Chuck and I attended the audit committee, did you forget about that riveting meeting we had, Chuck?
Yeah.
Left it to me to talk about. I will just say that the audit turned out very well, according to the audit team, and, I think we're gonna get a full briefing on that at a workshop, so I won't go into too much other detail other than, there were no deficiencies with the audit to this point. It'll be up to the council if you want anything audited further, I guess more of a forensic audit or something like that, but that becomes very expensive. We had Councilman Allgood and I attended a URA meeting as well, and got the lot approved at 510 Arthur, wasn't it?
Yes.
For, some parking, hopefully. And then I just wanna bring up the issues with I know it's late, bring up the issues with, not really an issue, but just the fire truck. It was slated in 2025 or 24, but it looks like, we might have bumped into something that the plan wasn't anticipating, which is a used fire truck. And do you wanna give just a little brief on that, Ben? I see you walking up here, Deputy Chief, so.
I would love to, if you want me to.
Okay.
we had the meeting of our
I got to go to that meeting.
committee,
That's it.
and we appreciate you attending,
I forgot.
designating a truck. It takes about 2 years to design and build a new ladder truck as you're going. Right now, the cost we're estimating will be about $1.75 million to get that new ladder truck. As we were researching a little bit, we found a truck that had been delivered a little over a year ago to East Wenatchee, Douglas Fire County District Number 2. And for reasons that I don't understand, they are unable to use it on a lot of the bridges in the state of Washington because the state won't allow them to go over that. So there's an East Wenatchee and a West Wenatchee, and those two districts combine, and they can't get there with that ladder truck. So they haven't used it at all. It's got 6,000 miles, 1,800 miles came from the factory for delivery up there. They left it at the border because they wouldn't drive it through Washington for some reason. They've spec'd another truck, another aerial truck, and they want to get rid of the one they have. They bought it for $1.33 million, along with a couple of other engines, so they got a really good deal from the manufacturer. I sent 4 people up today to take a look at it, and got awesome reports back from it. So they would like to sell it. They had a listing price of $1.23 million, and I talked them down to $1.2 million today. With the hopes that you would entertain looking at doing that. So we have no commitment other than just a verbal that we are interested in doing it. If we were going to replace that truck, that exact truck would be about $1.53 million.
And 2 years.
2 years of waiting. So everybody said that it's immaculate inside, which I imagine they haven't used it. And it will meet everything that we want it to do.
Still has that new car smell.
It still does, that's what they
When do
said.
they need to know?
He said that he'll take it off the market if I call him tomorrow and say that we are interested and we are working on doing that. I think the steps that the mayor had me do today was talk to the finance director, recount finance for him. We didn't want to deplete all of the fire department's capital improvement fund, so we're gonna have finance, and Carol has looked at that and come up with some solutions for us where we would take a loan from some other funds.
I think Brad has this.
That's,
He's come up with
it's right on line with that, about half from the fire and then half from taking loans.
Yes, sir, over a 5-year period, and we estimate with our impact fees that we should, in a couple of years, have about $1.7 million in there, and that money can be freed up for some other purpose at that point. So we'll continue to build impact fees. Right now, we don't have any impact fees because we're still paying for Station 3. But we'll have impact fees in the future, and we'll have capital improvement funds in the future as we continue to do it, because we do fund those in our budget. It's very important that we do that.
And one very important thing is that Chuck would save the taxpayers $300,000 or $400,000, $500,000.
Yeah, about $500,000, I think, by the time, and 2 years.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
being it's a government vehicle, does it have to go up for bid at all?
Because it's used, it's my understanding it doesn't, because it's a used vehicle.
Okay.
So they'll take it off the market and hold it until you do what you have to do and present it?
Yes, ma'am, until you do
And
what
I
you
think
have to do.
both cities
Yeah.
have to do, I think the city has to release it.
They understand that. Their district will have to surplus that equipment, and you will have to have a copy of that surplus before you can move forward. And I've been working with the city clerk to make sure that we had all that stuff. Our timeline would be probably 4 weeks from now, council meeting, to bring that for a vote for the funding of it. Probably 2 weeks from now, bring it for a vote for a letter of intent.
Yeah, I think that sounds great. I think we woke Carol up when we mentioned 1.5 million. First, threw a little bit.
She's aware. She should be well aware by now.
Is there any other comments, Carol, from you on it?
No, I just wanted to, identify that, yes, I have spoken with, Steve Donahue, in regards to, a plan moving forward. We did have a discussion at the end of our audit committee meeting last week, Mr. Doty and Mr. Static. So, we will move forward with getting a, letter of intent, on the next council session with a presentation at that council session, to show and discuss the financing options for that.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Carol. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Donahue. And thank you for bringing that up. So,
Sure.
that's a great thing, so.
Good work.
Yeah. Councilman Holgen.
Well, I'm gonna try to be fast, but this is just a heck of a
I
night.
wasn't even done, you just
Oh,
skipped right over.
yeah.
I'm done for tonight, I'll wait.
But you want it or not?
Yeah, I'm done.
Just quick food for thought. When we're doing our process in land use, I would like it if we could split the technical and the order of decision. In other words, one motion be evidence, findings of fact, conclusions of law, and we've been skipping the comprehensive plan as well. Putting all that in one motion, and then the next motion be the order of decision. The reason I'm asking that we consider that is because we will more than likely say yes to all the technicals, but there's a sincere possibility that we may say no to the subdivision. And so we would want those, motions to be separate, is the reason I'm thinking we should consider that. Mr. Wagner, I don't know if you.
Mayor, Councilman Allgood, you are certainly correct that we would want, that we want the record to evidence the reason for the no vote. So, I'll talk with the mayor and we'll find out a way to make sure that that is covered while also helping to streamline and Mr. Hilton's been attending the meeting of late, so I'm not certain the extent to which the transition was described in terms of efficiency and also helping make it more clear that there is, the council's making a fresh decision every time a hearing, it's not just going through a preset motion. So anyway, but we'll work on making sure that all the goals are accomplished.
That's your comment.
And then the second thing is, we've been having discussion about updating our comprehensive plan and how important that is. And I know I would like it, I've been here a while, I'd like it, and I'm sure the new council members would like it as well. We would really like some training on planning, doing the comprehensive plan before we go through that process and approve that process. Whether you do it, or Mr. Mapp, or whoever, but, I think it's important as we go forward finalizing the new comprehensive plan.
Well, that's great thought, yeah, we'll make a comment of that, and me and Ms. Rick can get together too and kind of figure that out, the best route for that, so. Yeah, it's very important, so, yeah, it's good to be educated on that, so we can definitely do that, so, okay, very good. Mr. McGee? I'll sit for next. Very good, so I do have just a few, and I'll be quick, I thought that everybody did a wonderful job tonight in those motions and getting through that. I know it's been a little bit of a learning process, but I think those are great suggestions too, but I think it's going very well and really does speed that up. And I think it provides we have a great discussion tonight on all of those items that we before us, and I think that's so important, rather than just going through these motions and it looks like you're just taking these steps, actually having discussion, talking amongst each other, and coming to what is the best solution and the answer for the city. So I thought that was great tonight. There was great discussion on all of that. The State of the City address is gonna be on March 4th. If you haven't received an invitation yet, you should be shortly. So it'll be at noon, on March 4th coming up, so we're excited for that. The APA conference, that's the Idaho APA conference, will be end of September, 1st of October. Sabrina and I are working on actually bringing that to Caldwell. So that would bring planners from across the state into Caldwell. So we're working with different hotels in the area, working with possibly with Lux Theater to use their facility, with Treasure Valley Community College and some others as well. And that'd be a really great thing. So we mentioned to them that we are not all now members of the Idaho APA, which I think is great. And I think that helps to encourage them to come here. And I think that'd be a great thing for Caldwell. So we're working towards that. Consent calendar, and so I was just gonna talk a little bit on that, and Mr. Waterman, if you need to correct me on any of this, let me know. So I think that was great tonight, the discussion that we had on those items, so if you're going through the agenda and you notice items on the consent calendar, we can discuss that, email each other. If you have questions, like if you had a question about, well, what's this money for, what percentage is that, you can ask those questions, with an email or a phone call and get those answered, and maybe it answers that question where you don't want to bring it off. And if it doesn't, or there's something, you can let Debbie know beforehand, and we can have that all prepared, ready for like an amendment to the agenda and have them listed on. So, and is that correct, Doug? And that's not gonna break any ex parte communications or anything like that?
Mr. Mayor, yes, you're correct. So anything on the consent agenda is not gonna be a public hearing, because you'd have to have a public hearing for it if it was, which means that you're not gonna have a problem where you're not supposed to be discussing it before the hearing. you should feel free to email staff or email the mayor. Obviously, don't send an email to the entirety of the council, if you can help it. Send an email to the mayor, Debbie, and they can push information out, so you don't end up with basically a unnoticed meeting occurring via email or a serial meeting. So try to limit your email communication to a specific person, and then trust, the clerk and the mayor to push that out to everybody so everyone has it. And then the only other thing would be, it's fairly common for things to come off the consent agenda. Tonight, fortunately, Mr. Genius Rob knew enough about these random things that he was able to cover most of them. I know in the past that, the morning of, if you happen to know, you can email them, we'll make sure that Chief Wyant is here, if it's that or something like that. So, there's nothing wrong though, it's on the fly, from a notice point of view, it's pulling off immediately, but I know again, in terms of the context of the city in the past, that post them up earlier, that the staff will make sure that whatever you need to know is prepped for council meeting.
Very good thing. And like I said, if we need to, at the moment of, we can, but if there's something you have a question about, you can always feel free to reach out prior to. But again, you always have the prerogative to do it at the hearing as well if you need. And then lastly was just, for the fellow council, anybody that's listening, anybody that's here, obviously I believe strongly in the power of prayer. It helps me considerably. I believe last year in my medical issues that I had, there's a very special young man, Trajan Kingston, who went through surgery this morning for a kidney transplant, so his father's kidney. His story is amazing. So one of the first in the country and one of the first in the world where they went through a stem cell transplant with his father. So his mom donated a kidney several years ago. It didn't take, and they rejected it. He's been on dialysis his entire life pretty much. And so what they did is they did a stem cell transplant from his father to him, so that basically the kidney would accept it, because kind of tricking it into thinking it was the same person. But it was an amazing process, and it's been a year down at Stanford Medical Facility. It's just been, horrific what he's gone through. So they took, it failed, so they took out, just had one, but they got, if I'm not mistaken, so anyway, the transplant was this morning, appears to be successful. But it would be the first time in his life where he doesn't have to go into dialysis. He's just an amazing, amazing story. So any prayers, thoughts for the Kingston family, would be, I'm sure, appreciated. And like I said, just an amazing story and what he's put up. Think of this, Job, and he's right there with him, man. It's just crazy when you look at everything he's gone through. So, amazing young man, and shout out to him, and prayers for a quick and a full recovery for him and his father. So, and that's all I have. Thank you very much, and I would stand for a motion to adjourn. So moved. Second? All those in favor? Aye.
I have to think about it for a minute.
Councilman, all get the vote. Then we stand adjourned.